Oh, first we need to allow the outside people in, Drew, if there are any out there waiting before I do that.
Got it. It's open now.
And I'm showing 0. There's 1 attendee from the outside. We're not getting to be less popular these days, I guess. Okay, let me call this meeting to order. This is our December 2020 meeting, last meeting of this interesting year. Some of us will be glad to see this year behind us, probably most of us. The first item on the agenda is that we need to approve that agenda. And I have one request to the agenda that was made by Nadine. I would like to add an item C to the executive session and call that staff update. I've made a note on my agenda for that one change. So let me ask for a motion to approve the agenda, and then we'll see during discussion if there are any other changes to it. Can I have such a motion from somebody?
So moved by Kohler.
Kohler moved to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
Rachel seconds.
Rachel seconds it. Is there any discussion or questions or further changes to the agenda? Okay, all those who approve the agenda, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unmute and let me know. Or any abstentions? Okay, the agenda is unanimously approved. Who actually will be doing their best to take the minutes today? Who will be trying to replace Karis today to take minutes? So I can ask them. Pardon me?
Yeah, I was trying to find my mute button. I thought we had assigned someone on the leadership team, and now I can't remember who it was. But we'll make sure. I know someone is taking minutes.
I think it's Nadine.
Yeah, and she's trying to get back on, Drew. She's still having problems. Oh, there she is.
There she is. Yeah, and I can.
Several of us taking notes and making sure we have the minutes, but Nadine's going to capture all the voting and the timestamps. And of course, this is being recorded, so we can go back if we have confusion.
Okay, that was the other thing I would ask. That's good. So it's, I know, pretty hard to keep up with everything. I'll try and do the best I can to make sure that the various motions, we've made them as clear. All right, so then the agenda has been approved. So the next order of business is member comments and concerns. And one thing we've added in general, if we've received letters that we wanted to highlight in some way or another, to any of the directors or staff. So with that said, I see that we have 7 attendees to this meeting. If those attendees can identify them that they would like to speak, Drew will make you active. And then as the attendee, you would then identify yourself and what district you're from or what your address is, something like that. And then go ahead and let us know what you want to say. So with that, Drew, go ahead.
Okay, Gwen, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gwen Unger. I live in District 4 out in Forest Lakes. I just want to start by again thanking all of the directors for being on the board. I know from personal experience that this can sometimes be a pain in the butt, but you know, you're doing good work, and I just wanted to, you know, thank everybody for doing that. It's kind of hard for the members to have a feel for what's going on the particularly on the tri-state side, since so much of the discussion is happening in an executive session. But I wanted to talk about that a little bit. My first point really is that there's still 30 years left on the tri-state contract. It runs out the end of December of 2050. So that's a very long time. And we know, particularly from this year, how much can happen in a very short period of time that's totally different than what we thought might be happening. So there are rumblings about a possible partial buyout. And I know that was one of the options that was being looked at. And I wanted to point out a couple of things about that, since there was a presentation about that in public session. I think it was the Finance Committee. But there are potential large savings associated with that. But those savings are based on a comparison with the projected tri-state rates. And those rates in particular go way up on Tri-State's projections starting in 2040. And they go up rather rapidly through 2050. So the point is that those savings occur late in that 30-year process. So we'd have to pay Tri-State a partial buyout fee early on, so there wouldn't be any savings to the co-op early on, and the savings come toward the end. But when you're trying to project what things are going to be like 15, 20, 25 years from now, that's a pretty shaky sort of thing to be looking at. And obviously, if my understanding is if there was a partial buyout, that LPEA would have to agree that they would not pursue any kind of a full buyout later, that sort of thing. So that would really tie LPEA's hands if that were the case, and it would mean that Tri-State still would control most of what LPEA can do and how the business is run. So that really seems sort of questionable. So my suggestion to the board, and I think a lot of members would agree with this, is not to do anything right now that closes off options. Years ago, when I was in starting out in business, my father told me that sometimes the best thing to do is nothing. Sometimes you're in a situation where it's better to just not do anything and sit there and watch what goes on and adjust to things as they happen, as things go along. And this might be one of those times. I know that obviously I'm sure that Jessica and her staff and people on the board would like to get something done, but this may well be one of those times when it would be best to just sit back. The other thing is, I assume that most of you saw that Holy Cross recently announced that they're going to 100% clean energy by 2030, not 2040, but 2030. And so I think that that's going to put a lot more pressure on people like Tri-State in particular, but also Excel. And so I'm guessing that there's going to be a lot of changes at Tri-State over the next 10 years, 10, 15, 20 years. So again, it just seems to me that it would be best if the board didn't do anything to preclude the options that we might have at a later time. And there's obviously still things happening at FERC and the PUC that might work out in LPEA's best interest. So anyway, I throw that out there for you to think about. And again, I appreciate your work on the board. Thank you.
Gwen, one quick response is that the board has discussed and decided that we won't do anything that would preclude our options. So you can rest assured that we're on the same page with that. Okay, Drew, if there's somebody else who would like to talk.
I don't see any others. We do have a Q&A question that came in.
All right, let me take a look at that. John Purser from District 4. Who prepared the town hall question and answer document? So that's the first question. Who prepared the town hall question and answer document? Jessica, can you answer that?
Yes, I'm just pulling up the comments, and I'll have Hillary comment because she really helped us with the Q&As. And then I think Dan could probably answer the comment about achieving our mission reduction goal. So
I'll go ahead. On the Q&A document, we did record every single question that was asked. A lot of them were a bit contextual or had already been answered on the fact checker, which is where these are posted. So we didn't post every single question that was posed. Also, there were duplicative questions across all of the 4 town hall meetings that we did. So we tried to consolidate and post those all of the questions of note onto the fact checker.
thanks.
All right.
Can you address the carbon number, please?
I can grab onto that one. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. If we can go with a partial or full buyout and achieve our carbon goal today, whereas staying with Tri-State would take 10 years to achieve that goal, then that's where that 10-year type of figure comes from, or that 10 times figure comes from. Is it, you know, just depends which path you take.
All right, and his second question was, was the town hall Q&A document approved by the board? No, it wasn't formally approved. Typically, communications are being handled by staff. However, I can say that if any of the board would have seen something in there they specifically didn't like or disagreed with, it would have been brought up for further discussion. So I haven't heard, you know, any disagreements like that at this point, but it will take under advisement to take another quick look at that when we get a chance. So thanks for that question. All right, is there anything else for the public engagement session? Not seeing any. We did receive a few letters. We're trying to transition to the new document correspondence plan that Hillary's put together. I did put a couple of the letters I recently answered into our space and filled out the spreadsheet so that they would be there. I know we're still probably pending one answer that had to do with tree cutting that goes on. That seems to be one thing that frequently causes problems. So anyhow, if you get any letters or correspondence that you would like or should share, take a look at that which Hillary sent out and see if you can follow those instructions. I actually just received another email this morning, which I'll have to go through and do that with. What I typically do, if most of the context is in the email, just print the email to a PDF. All of your email systems will allow that, and then move that PDF into the Drive folder that's appropriate, and then fill out that spreadsheet. Okay.
Brett, there's another question on the Q&A.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks. Another Q&A question from John Purser again. With a buyout, you can reach renewable goals immediately. So he's asking, that's probably new information to him, that in this case, we'd be talking about a partial buyout or a full buyout, but in general, in a buyout. So Dan, could you answer that? Could we reach our renewable goals immediately under a buyout scenario?
You can. If you look at what our goal is to reduce carbon by 50% by the year 2030, if we can replace 50% of our kilowatt hours with 100% renewable resources, then yes, you achieve that immediately. Now, if we do that or not is dependent upon other factors as well. You know, you have financial factors, localness, and you know what we might import or create locally. So there's a lot of things at play there, and we have to prioritize which ones come up, and then, but it is achievable, yes.
And as everybody knows, and people can tell, it's a slow process, a lot slower than most of us would like, but we're taking advantage of the opportunities that arise as we're able to make them happen. And we'll see what comes of that. Okay, anything else?
Britt, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tim.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I sent an email with the board sign-in sheet link in it to everybody. So
Okay, that'll help us take care of our board finances for what we're spending today. Appreciate that. Well, let's go on to the agenda then, to the next item. The next item is the consent board item. There are 4 items on that. Approval of the minutes, accepting new members, capital credit payments, and monthly write-offs. So I would like to have a motion made to approve these consent board items, and then during discussion, we'll see if there's any changes to anything. So may I have a motion to approve the consent board items, please?
So moved. This is Tim.
Moved by Tim. Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
second. This is Bob.
Okay, I got Sue McWilliams in for a second. Is there any discussion on approving the consent board items or any changes people have spotted for the minutes? All right, let me get my panelist hand up. I've got Kohler. Go ahead.
On the minutes, on page 2, under the consent board items, the motion, it has that the October 19th committee of the whole minutes of the meeting, and then it says October 19th, the board of directors minutes. And that second one, October 19th, it should be October 21st for the board of directors meeting. And then just a couple wordsmithing things on the very last page, page 8, under the attorney update of FERC, that should be of the FERC. And also these should go in that second paragraph where it says the cases at FERC, should be at the FERC. And then one more, in the executive session on the first line, towards the end of that line, discuss the FERC and Colorado PUC. So those are the changes I've made to the minutes.
Well, would you mind sending us those? It was a little here. And if anyone does have changes, if they could send it to Nadine and I, that would be very helpful.
I will do that, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Holly, go ahead.
Great, thank you. All I have is on page 5, our candidate for the Roundup board. Her name is Mujde Bruce, and that was kind of a booby trap. I apologize because you would never have spelled Mujde right. So I'll go ahead and email that to you.
All right, appreciate
It's
that.
Mojda, just FYI.
All right. And after you've made your statement, remember to take your hand down so I don't call on you again if you don't have something else to say. Okay, any more changes or discussion on this motion to approve the consent board items? All right, all in favor of approving the consent board items, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Hi.
Any opposed? Unmute and let me know. Or abstentions, let me know. All right, that was approved unanimously then. Then moving on, we're going to the CEO and staff reports and the division dashboards, and I'll turn this over to Jessica.
Thank you. So I'm going to share my screen so that the public can see. Okay, so I'm reporting on our dashboards that we're actually reporting on November items. And this is just a first picture of a great event we had on the food drive. I'm going to kick that off to another of the VPs later on in the discussion, but it's just a fun picture. It was a great event over the weekend, not this weekend, a couple weekends ago. Lots of people participating. So with our dashboards, you can see everything is a green check. So we're meeting all of our goals, except for 2. One of those is cash reserves. We are a bit low, and I'm going to have Carl explain that when he gives his financial update. Under beneficial electrification, I believe we've been a yellow phase for quite some time, and that is just due to customers, members buying electric vehicles in our service territory. So obviously we can't impact how people purchase things, but what we can do, which is something that's been proven across the US, is help build the infrastructure. Next board meeting in January, we'll be able to update the board on our efforts in with the city of Durango on a charging station. So that's pretty exciting. So we are working with them, and we are working with 9R on a school bus. So I don't want to take all the thunder away, but that one's pretty exciting. We'll be able to report out more next board meeting, but we did apply for a grant to the state of Colorado with 9R to buy an electric bus. So we're hoping that we are awarded that. So moving on into highlights. This is my executive highlights. I was asked to present at the Girls and Boys Club. It's a Smart Girls program. I think I had more fun than they had, maybe. It was very exciting to talk about my journey and helping these girls just kind of think through their futures. They were very bright and excited and engaged. So I can't say enough things about the Girls and Boys Club here. They just do a really good job of teaching young kids how to speak to adults and how to plan for their futures. So that was really fun. The other thing I think everybody knows is that I've spent a lot of time with Tri-State in discussions on the potential partial contract and gathering information about purchase power agreement costs of power. And that's mostly working with Dan Harms and Carl with the rest of the team, but we've been gathering a lot of information and spending a lot of time making sure that we have all the data and details. And most of our efforts were presented at the FAC. So that's what most of you attended, which we appreciate. So anyone that did not attend that, I would encourage you to look at the materials, and I'm happy to set aside some time to talk through that presentation with the board that did not attend. It's really great information. The other thing that I'm doing is I'm making sure that I'm trying to make the rounds in Pagosa, Ignacio, all of our towns and cities, meeting the city managers. Obviously, it's been very difficult, so most of them has been by Zoom. But I did have the opportunity to Zoom meet the Durango new city manager, Jose. And that was really exciting because he's got some great ideas, great skills, a lot of enthusiasm for the city and partnering with Plot Electric. So I've met with him a couple times last month, including his staff. We gave a presentation to him and his staff on our future work with electric vehicles, beneficial electrification, really promoting, helping customers who have high electric bills, either all electric or propane, to think about alternative energy sources like heat pumps, which actually lower costs for our members, but also provide an effective heating source and cooling option in the summer. We also talked to him about our future ideas about if we can do a partial contract, building a larger scale solar facility in locally that we would love to talk to the board about making into a solar garden. We have a lot of members, including the cities and towns, interested in us doing that, because a lot of people cannot build their own solar. It's costly, or they don't own their own home, or the location of it is not good, not conducive to solar. And so I would say I get a lot of requests and information asked to when we will do that. So that was exciting meeting with his team. So now we'll talk about the fill the bucket, and I'm gonna hand it off to Hillary to discuss this page. Are there any questions on mine?
I'm not seeing any hands up,
Yeah.
Jessica.
Sorry, I can't get my hand up. Could I speak up, please?
Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Thanks. Yeah, with the screen sharing, it's hard to find where you can raise your hand sometimes. So on the EV, level 3 EV discussion with the city, is there any update on that? A brief update you could give? Is that?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
actually
having
gonna,
difficulty getting one here in Durango, and I'm just curious if
Yeah.
progress is being made.
No, we've made great progress, but if you don't mind, do you mind if I let Dan answer that later? Because we have a slide.
That's fine.
Too.
That's
Good
fine.
question.
Sure.
Great, thank you. Okay, so Hillary, take it away.
So just two updates from member engagement during the month of November. As Jessica previously mentioned or alluded to, we held our annual Fill the Bucket food drive, which is something that we've done every year for a while now in participation with IBU Union. This was the 13th annual. We were set up in 2 locations in Pagosa Springs and 1 location in Durango. And we did have some difficulty. It almost didn't happen just because the original location, City Market, wasn't willing to host this year because of COVID. But fortunately, Albertson stepped up and allowed us to have it in their parking lot. But in total, we collected a record 6,234 pounds of food and over $1,000 in cash donations, which was fantastic. The second update I have is on our What's Up member newsletter. So in November, that was the first month that people did not receive Colorado Country Life and instead received their e-WhatsApp and also a printed edition of the newsletter in their, in their bills. So those were included in roughly 26,000 member bills that went out in November, and we will be continuing that into the year ahead. So those are all the updates from my side for November.
Hillary, I have a question. It was mentioned to me that Colorado Country Life was still received by a few members in our district. I think you looked into that. Can you explain what's going on with that?
Yeah, so Colorado Country Life there's sort of there's separate lists. There's the list of all of our members, And then there's a list of our directors and some other key people, I believe, in the community, like potentially the city manager. I'll have to check on that. But they continue to receive, and you will all continue to receive the Colorado Country Life. Now that we are not doing our own edition of it, it will rotate between editions of different cooperatives in our area. So you'll receive the standard content and then the filler content from alternating utilities.
There's no charge for us for that.
No.
Okay. Appreciate that. Are there other questions for Hillary? Okay, then Jessica, go on.
Thank you. Okay, and now I'm going to kick this off to Nadine and Jerry.
Much. So we have had a really good month with COVID in November, and just want to do a big shout out to employees who are following our distancing and remotely. And actually, let me say that again. I got my accidents and COVID cases. We did have some COVID cases, but no exposure to other employees. So that's where we are with COVID, and we're doing really well as a company. Working together, keeping our distance and following our protocols in phase 1, so have as few people in the office as we can. And then as far as accidents and incidents for November, 0. So any questions on either of those two?
Don't see any.
Jerry. Or Nadine.
I covered the accidents and incidents already, so 0 for this month.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about COVID.
I know it is somewhat all-consuming. So, and then other leadership and development, we have completed our new director orientation, and I really wanted to highlight that those agendas are on the Google Drive. So if you want a recap on finance, and the different topics that we've covered, the different policies that go with that, please go on there. There's clickable links to everything. It's a really good refresh. The other highlight that we did as a team, as far as leadership goes, is we met one more final time to finalize the operational plan. And so you will see something on that later, but that is great work. A huge shout out to this leadership team and all our employees that participated with input to that process.
Okay, any questions on those? Or COVID or safety? Okay. Operational excellence highlights. This is Jerry's.
So if you look at the picture that's associated with this, that's the Thanksgiving outage. It was a switch cabinet up at Purgatory, and what are right there in front are overhead lightning arresters that were installed in a piece of underground equipment. Right now we're going through our existing switch cabinets to make sure that we don't have overhead gear in it. We don't know if it was dust or if one of the arresters just failed, but it created a major outage up at Purgatory on Thanksgiving weekend. The guys did a phenomenal job of restoring power. And one reason the outage was so big is since it's a switch cabinet, there's more than one circuit tied together in that one piece of equipment. And then our fire mitigation efforts, they still continue. Even though we have a little bit of moisture, it's still dry as a bone. So we're still taking extra precautions.
Okay, Joe Lindowski's got a question. Joe, if you would unmute and ask Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry, back to the fire up there. Approximately where was it? And did it put itself out? And I guess, were we fortunate that it happened at this time of year rather than the middle of summer?
So the fire up at Purgatory, it was up by, I believe, lift 8. I'm not really familiar with the mountain. They were able to call tankers in from, and this was before we really had any moisture. They were able to call some tankers in from Grand Junction and get them there in a hurry. They ended up dropping retardant lines and containing the fire in no time. It only took, I believe, 3 days to get it fully contained. And the problems that we had were the retardant weakened some trees and also broke some power poles up there on top of the mountain when they dropped it. So then the trees fell through the lines as well, and we had to go up and make repairs. We are in the works with the manager of Purgatory to go through and assess the rest of the trees where the retardant was dropped, just to remove any more danger trees that got weakened in the process.
Okay, Jerry, I have a follow-up question about that. In what you said and what the text is, it implies that those overhead breaker switches should not have been installed in a cabinet. Is that correct?
It is. We looked back through RUS specifications, and there was at one point, this was a spec, and they would put overhead lightning arresters. That bracket right there in the front where they're sitting on was specifically made for that. I don't know if it was prior to elbow arresters or what the purpose was behind it. This is the only one that we found so far, but they removed them. They brought it up to current specifications, and we have since installed elbow arresters inside of the next J box. Much safer for us.
So the new installation is less likely to cause sparks to cause a fire then?
Correct. And I imagine when this happened, it was a massive fire enclosed inside of the underground enclosure. But we had calls that smoke and fire was actually coming out of the doors.
Wow. Okay, Joe's got a follow-up. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, Jared, do we have anything like this anywhere else in the system?
That's what we've been going through, trying to make sure that all of our switch cabinets are brought up to date, and we don't have overhead equipment inside of them. We haven't found any so far. And the big problem we had before were weeds growing up inside and creating the same issue. But this has been the only one thus far.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Garrett, do you want to talk about the cable replacement in Pagosa, please?
Yeah. So Pagosa Highlands cable replacement is a capital project that was scheduled to take place next year. The wire's 40 years old, and we've been experiencing multiple problems in one area in particular. So we are replacing this problem section of the project this year. So roughly a quarter of the project will be replaced this year, and then we'll get started back on it next spring.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? All right. Okay, Carl, we're going to talk about finance now, please.
Sure. So as everyone knows, you guys approved the retirement of $3.5 million in capital credits, and that process was completed in November with members who had retirement checks less than $100, retirement amounts, I should say, less than $100 received a bill credit, and those with over $100 received a check. Most of those have been cashed at this point. And to Jessica's point, when she referenced cash being slightly under target, this was the main reason for that $3.5 million going out of the door in capital credit retirements. The other thing we achieved this month, well, highlighted here is our application for loan forgiveness on the PPP loan has gone to Small Business Administration. We did have our auditors, BKD, they had a tax specialist who's kind of their guru on PPP loans, review our forgiveness application just to make sure there was no issues, and there weren't. So that has gone in. We anticipate that we will have confirmation of the forgiveness probably early 2021. But we have also been advised by our auditors that they are sufficiently satisfied with our application that if we want to recognize this as income in 2020, we can. So that was very reassuring. Any questions on those two?
Nope.
Great, thank you.
Oh, Kirsten's got her
looks like
hand up.
Kirsten.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Find that. Do you have a? So we could claim it in 2020 or 2021. Where are you headed with that? What are you thinking?
My preference at the moment is to do it in 2020, mainly because we didn't budget it in 2021. But I want to have a conversation with the auditors and then have a better presentation to bring to the next Finance and Audit Committee.
It's an interesting dilemma. We kind of want to. One thing that I would think about, just in case you care, would be when are we going to see the more impact of COVID? Is it going to be in 2021 or is it going to be in 2020? And then try to kind of match it up to there. I get what you're saying about the it's not in our budget. It doesn't super matter because we don't pay taxes. I'm struggling with that right now. I had to take it in 2020 because I got it forgiven already.
Right.
So I would much rather. I'm going to have more 2021 expenses though. So it's an interesting dilemma. I'd like to hear how you pace through that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Kirsten.
Rachel, unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, procedural question, particularly with finance, because I know we're going over the kind of the highlights from the dashboard. Carl, are we going to go and look deeper at your kind of financial report later, or should I bring forward those comments now?
I believe that's later, isn't it, Jessica?
Yep, that's later, Rachel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and no, Tim's hand is down, so everybody's good now, so you can go ahead.
Okay, Drew is going to talk about IT.
Okay, so one of the added benefits of us deploying fiber around our service territory has allowed us to use that infrastructure for some of our communications, particularly to substations. So we can put IP phones out at substations and replace traditional telecom phone service at some of those. So that saves us a little bit every month. And then in addition to that, our fatter pipe, our higher bandwidth and low latency connection between the Pagosa Springs and Durango offices has allowed us to disconnect a point-to-point T1 connection that we used for phone service, and that was fairly expensive every month. So we're happy to have those services off the books. And then as far as the PCI attestation, that is basically just making sure that we continue to take steps to protect personal and financial information for our members. So things like making sure that credit card information is encrypted as we transmit it for processing, and that credit card numbers are not readable by employees, that sort of thing. And we're doing good with that. Anybody have questions?
Drew, do you recall what the acronym PCI stands for?
So that's Payment Card Industry, I think, is the I. but it's basically the rules around what to do with credit cards.
Thank you. Other questions for Drew? No, go ahead.
Okay, so now we will go to Dan, power supply and delivery.
Yeah, I'm glad to announce that the Animas substation is greatly improved and online now, feeding the Durango area back under normal feed situations. This not only greatly provides better protection to our assets at the Animas substation, but provides greater reliability to the town loop and as far up as the Animas Valley, with the way the new breakers were added there and segmenting of our transmission system from that new upgrade. So that's the Animas substation. And also, as I think all of you are aware, we covered some power supply options with an analysis that we provided at the last Finance and Audit Committee. We reviewed several different scenarios and paths forward. So I think that was a great accomplishment on our end, just to be able to provide that kind of information to you there. And Jessica, if you could scroll down to the appendix cover page, I'll use that as a segue to cover Tim's question there. This is actually a picture of a level 2 charger at Bayfield, and LPA now has level 2 chargers, of course, at our headquarters, at Pagosa Springs, and at Bayfield. And in addition to that, there's now a level 3 charger that's been in service since about September in the town of Pagosa Springs as well. That charger is owned by town of Pagosa Springs. LPA helped facilitate the installation of that. Tim, you'd asked about the city of Durango. We were doing something very similar with the city of Durango. It's taken a little while for us to get the right understandings in place on who's actually going to own that facility. Unlike level 2 chargers that are on the order of $10,000, $20,000, level 3 chargers cost about $150,000 to $200,000. So a much more expensive piece of equipment to look after there. And what we arrived at is that the city of Durango will own and maintain those. They'll be located at the transit center. And so we are moving forward with that. They have doing the final agreements with ChargePoint at this point. And I just got an email from Dominic saying the deadline for the state is fast approaching, so that they're trying to get that energized by summer. So there's the update on that.
Well, Dan, that sounds like pretty good news. And the transit center, I think, is a good location because it's easily walking distance from downtown. And of course, all kinds of things going on related to that. The other thing I wanted to mention, and just to put a bug in our ear for the future, is I did get up on a mountain bike ride by the new Animas substation. It's so nice and shiny, and it made me realize we, I think, as a general board now, haven't been able to get out on a substation tour in years, and it would be good, and that might be one that when we're able to meet again, that we could get a tour to have pointed out what this is and what that is, sort of thing. So just a bug in here for that. Tim, go ahead.
Dan, thanks for the update. I'm curious. So it sounds like we've reached an agreement with the city that they'll own and manage the level 3 charger. And are there rebates involved in that somehow? And what is the role of LPA in that?
Yeah, good question, Tim. So there are rebates involved in that, and additional funding from Tri-State as well. So Tri-State has a fund of $45,000 that we can use for the installation of electric vehicle charging equipment. And we're using a portion of that to offset the interconnection expenses associated with this job. And so the city of Durango still has a contribution towards this project. LPA is contributing through Tri-State's rebates. There's also a $4,000 rebate that's associated with the installation of level 3 chargers. It's added to that as well. So as far as money directly out of La Plata Electric's pocket, it doesn't exist. It's more of a pass through of Tri-State's rebates there. And I should also mention that we're also working with a very similar thing up at Purgatory as well. So the town of Silverton was cited by the state of Colorado as a charging location, but that project just hasn't been able to move forward. And honestly, what makes LPEA's service territory more attractive for installation of level 3 chargers is the DC fast charging rate that the board passed earlier this year. That rate alone, with replacing the demand charge with the time of use component, has made that charging station move from Silverton into our service territory. So that's a good thing.
Great, that is good. And so the purgatory one is to help sort of accommodate a statewide plan to provide that on the way to Silverton. Is that correct?
Yeah, covering the northern corridor there.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dan.
Okay, Bob, unmute and go ahead.
I just was curious to clarify, Dan, does the Colorado Energy Office still contribute some of that Volkswagen money in that? Because this is part of that plan for 33 chargers around the state, I think.
Yes, the lion's share of the cost of the installation is covered by the state. They're covering, I think it's for our corridor, it's 90% of the cost. But 10% of the cost is still a big figure. And it's 10% plus the interconnection and labor costs. There's certain things that get excluded from what's covered at 90%. So it's the remainder that we're able to use our funding and Tri-State's funding to make this project feasible. So it just goes to show that without that funding and without the state's funding, if somebody had to spend its total project cost of around 300 grand to put that in, that would be very hard to pencil out without those.
Yeah. Thanks for all your work on that. That's nice progress.
Dominic May is the one.
Yeah, well,
hard to work on that.
Your whole crew. Thank Dominic. Yes.
All right. Thank you. So now we're going to move to the finance discussion. So Carl, did you want to take this over?
Oh, thank you. I will just share my screen so we can look at the report. Okay, so our November 2020 financials. Let's look at the highlights. So in terms of our financial goals, we met all but one in November, which we've already touched on, being cash reserves, as they were under the target range of 16 to 20% at around just under 14. Capital credit retirement was the key factor there. I can tell you that at this point in December, we are back at 16%. Other than that, equity is just over 50, and long-term debt is obviously less than equity at this point, and our MDSC and OTIA are being very healthy indeed. Moving on. Looking at our quarterly results against budget, the Q4 line includes a forecast for December. So as you can see, we have exceeded our operating margin in each quarter thus far. So some highlights to look at. Operating costs in November were nearly $400,000 below what had been budgeted, with a big chunk of that being in payroll costs. In terms of our accounts receivable, our delinquent accounts were less than $5,000 at the end of November, and they remain at that level at the moment, which is extraordinarily low. As we've touched on before, much of this is due to those who had an overdue balance having that converted to a 6-month payment plan, which the majority of members have been keeping with. You see on our yellowy orange highlight there, once again, Our actual sales were below what we had budgeted in terms of kilowatt hours. And gross margin, that which is sales less cost of power, was 5% below what we had budgeted in November. The bottom line, we look at our year-to-date results, and operating margins are $1.8 million over what had been budgeted. Now, I want to draw your attention to the two yellowy orange pieces there, because that positive in our operating margin is entirely driven by cost control. We are not getting the sales that we had budgeted. It's a fair question to ask, why do you need a rate increase if your operating margins are stronger than you had thought they would be? It's not because we're making more money from sales or margins than we thought we would. We are making considerably less. It really is a question of cost control, where staff have been extraordinarily careful. And as I've noted, I think in the longer financial report, that's not a long-term sustainable model. Some of it is. I think there have been process improvements that people have found that can save us money in the long term, and we have budgeted accordingly. But we need to make sure that staff are fully up to date with latest developments and training opportunities. And hopefully, if things return to a more normal state in 2021, we should see expenses increase, but within the boundaries that we set ourselves with our 2021 budget. And thank you very much.
Okay, we've got a question, I think. So Rachel, unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Carl, and amazing job as always on the kind of cost controls to everyone. I think just trying to go back through my notes to see if we've talked about this, but given the success of kind of the coaching and the 6-month payment plan, is that something we are looking, or there's thought about kind of continuing post-COVID as just kind of standard operating procedure?
I don't think we're going to consider, because what happened there is we took everybody who had an overdue balance and put them into that program. We remain open to any member contacting us with a reasonable request for a payment plan, and also budget billing, where you say this is the amount that I can afford to pay each month. So we're not going to do it as what's the word, a fait accompli, everyone's on it, but we will remain open to it being an option that if any member has any trouble.
Okay, Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of a comment question and I guess longer term sort of thing. It seems that, with climate change, global warming, that we have these extended periods where we're not using as much electricity because of heating. And I'm just wondering, are we starting to, think about that when we're doing the annual budgets, that, I'm sorry, November is not going to be as cold as it was 20 years ago or 10 years ago. And I'm wondering if there's any discussion like on the national level about this sort of thing, how we're looking at, getting back to normal. I'm not sure we're ever going to get back to a normal. And I'm assuming that our, the budget estimates are based on what happened in the past. So just kind of wondering, I know it's nothing you can really answer definitively, but just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah, Joe, thank you. I've been involved in a lot of that nationally, and while if it's not getting cooler in November, it's getting warmer in the summer. So it's not that we're going to dump load. We're going to have the same requirements for load, but it's going to be at different times. So we're still going to see the amount of load. And actually, Dan's been tracking the load on a weekly basis, and we're on target for what he assumed. So the budget of where we're thinking we're at and where we're at is right on target. So he's done a really good job on that, but we are following it closely. All right, did Sue have a question?
Yeah, she does. But before that, I'm just going to follow up on what Joe said by asking Dan, I'm sure doesn't look back when he's doing his forecasts 20 years. He probably looks back 5 years though. So if he's always kind of doing a rolling average, is that fair to say, Dan, that weather is changing, but it's not so fast that your normal progressing would be messed up? Your normal planning would be messed up. Go ahead.
Yeah, we use 10 years as a window, but we're looking at the trend within that 10 years. And so if it's heading downward, as far as usage in November and heading upward as far as usage in June or July, that's what we're capturing in there. So we're following the trend and using the history there. So it's energy efficiency, it's added solar, it's change in weather, it's all those things combined.
Okay, thanks for filling us. Sue McWilliams, unmute and go ahead.
All right, thank you. Mine is really just a comment that, this is the second month in a row that we've had electric sales down. And I think Dan, Carl, commented last month that threw our budget off as well. So I guess my comment is that's just makes me even more inclined to do a cost of service study next year, so that yes, we might have the demand rate implemented, but I still think our base fee to all of the residential is too low based on what our actual cost is to get electricity to those meters. So I'm really hoping that we will get that cost of service study next year on that end.
All right, appreciate the comment. I can see that we may have a fight over base charge again coming up next year. We've certainly fought over that plenty in the past. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry I didn't bring this up earlier. I was looking at the forecast revision, and our transmission expenses were down by almost half. And is that because we're buying less power, or just curious?
Dan, you probably know that.
Yeah, part of that, Joe, is when we have NERC compliance consultants and work that's coming in. And so if that may have hit, I think that hit last month and it's not on there this month. So I would say this month is more of a normal level.
What's NERC?
Oh, sorry. National, it's the Reliability Council. Or that's when we have to look at what we have to do and it's a compliance, reliability compliance.
They're under FERC. They're the FERC arm of reliability, and it's North American Reliability Group.
And so this is, you said this is more normal, what we're looking at for transmission expense from the previous month then?
Let me double check on some of the past months here, and then I can answer that more correctly.
And I think for some clarification, that particular line, the transmission line, isn't tied to usage. It's tied to what our costs are in keeping some of the transmission going. Would you say that's correct? If anybody can verify that?
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Okay. So it sounds like in this case, there are some periodic expenses that don't show all the time, but when they do show, it bumps it up. So if you average it over the year, probably looking about what we expect, but month by month, it probably jumps around quite a bit. Kirsten, go ahead. Kirsten, unmute and go ahead. I'm not hearing you, Kirsten.
From my mute, sorry. Gab, and I was muted. But this is a year-to-date table. This isn't a month-over-month table that we're looking at. So we shouldn't be, 1 month isn't going to swing a year-to-date. This is comparing.
Could you, Kirsten, tell us what page you're looking at? Because I was probably looking at something different then.
Okay, I'm looking at page 63.
63. So let's look at the transmission expenses on line 63. And I see, is this for forecast year to date? November 30th, year to date.
Compared to original.
Yeah, that's correct. We're substantially under forecast for 2021 for 2020. Excuse me. This is something we've revisited in 2021 as there may be some costs that belong lower down that were put into that transmission bucket in the 2020 budget.
Okay, so this isn't really anything to do with the NERC. I mean, NERC might be a small component of this, but this is...
I think it's a fairly large component of it, and that we had budgeted significant costs, I think, in Q2, which didn't happen.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Financial report. There's, of course, a lot that's in our appendix in the financial report running from page 59 on. So at this time, let's see if there are any questions. So Carl, sort of on stage in general on the monthly financial appendix or related. Does anybody have any additional financial questions, comments? Good. Oh, Kohler's got one. Kohler, go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at the, on page 69, on-bill financing accounts, which has remained steady. And I just was going to ask if we have any updates, if we changed our policy on that. Is there any more interest or encouragement as far as building this up further?
There's certainly been a lot more interest. I've spoken to First Southwest Bank, who are handling the banking side and the loan side of that arrangement, and they have reported a lot more inquiries. So I would anticipate that we would be seeing that number go up in the coming months.
Thank you.
And I think that's a good thought, Kohler, and I want to expand on it with the idea is, now that we've made some changes to the banks have requested some changes, is that something that LPEA would want to use our communication staff to advertise any further than we have in the past? I don't know that we would want to do that for the banks, but we might, because it might provide some customers some benefits. And I suspect most of our customers are not aware of what they can, how that program would work. So it might be something to think about. Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Thanks. This is on the, what's it called? Performance statistics, part 2, my page 69 of 148. Couple quick questions, probably Dan more than Carl in this case. Line loss, we have a budget for that, which we're very close to, at lower actual kilowatt hour usage. And it's yet the actual line loss is significantly, it's above last year. And I just wonder, I think that is sort of like a number that demonstrates or that reflects electricity we paid for, but we don't know what load it went to, is my understanding. And I just wonder if you think that's creeping up because in the pandemic time or something, people are trying to utilize power by bypassing a meter or anything like that, or is there another potential reason for something like that?
Good questions, Tim. I wouldn't read too much into line losses on a month-by-month basis. Although we do our
year to date, by the way.
Okay, year to date. Thank you. And there's a lot of things that roll into that. If our industrial load starts to drop off, where we're serving that directly off the transmission system with losses less than 0.25%, then you're seeing more of the higher loss side of our system. I'm not saying that's necessarily what's going on, because the transmission, although relative to last year, our transmission loads, our industrial loads are down. And so that's part of the equation there. We do track losses on a monthly basis, and we can pull that up and review that a little more in depth to see if we're seeing any alarming trends, but I haven't seen anything that causes great alarm. Now, typically losses will go up in the winter months when our loads are higher, because losses are proportionate to the square of the current that flows through the lines. And so the higher the current is, the losses go up exponentially. But that's once again on a month-by-month basis. If we look at a 12-month window, though, if we're seeing distant differences there, I'd say it's more attributed to our reduction in industrial loads.
All right, so we have less distance to go, and
and one more thing there, Tim, our AMI system does have theft detection. And so it used to be that somebody would pull a meter, could turn it around upside down, shove it back in the socket, and we'd never know. Now we do have detection and alerts that do come up on that. We have found, one situation like that happened this year, but it's very few and far between.
great. That was a great reply. I'd love to have you email me that formula.
Okay.
And I realize that still proves your credentials as an engineer, Dan.
As long as I can
we all know Tim's kind of a square anyway, so.
That's right. I'm the inverse of a square, actually. So one other question has to do with the peak. It's the same sheet, same page at the bottom. The peak year to date is in my mind fairly lower than last year at this time. I assume if we don't exceed that or exceed a norm through December, we'll end up with a lower peak this year than last year, right? And maybe I misunderstand what that shows there, but it seems to me that is directly reflective. We'll see a direct reflection of that in lower power costs. And it also sort of suggests that maybe the effort we're working on to, flatten that curve, if you will, is paying off. Is that a good assumption on my part, or should I be corrected there?
I would have to look at load factor. So if you look at the kilowatt hours purchased, it's also down, Tim. I don't know. I'd have to look proportionately to see where that comes out. But it would make sense that we would have lower demand with lower overall purchases. We are trying to, as you say, flatten that curve with everything that we do, trying to encourage off-peak usage. That could be some sign, although I don't know if there's much to read into it yet on the success or the measure of our demand charge that comes in there. We're trying to send that messaging. I think that'll be a slow transition that we can see over the months and years as it comes in. But I think it's more attributed probably to less industrial loading, as we mentioned earlier, fewer sales, fewer peak, lower peak as well.
All right. Well, I can't give you the kudo then. I'm sorry.
I'll take it anyway.
Thank you, Dan, for tolerating my questions there. I appreciate it.
Okay, Kirsten, unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. The load factor affects us monthly, not annually, right, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, every month adds to the year, but yes, we do pay a demand charge every month. Some utilities have a ratcheted demand or base the charge on the maximum for the year. That is not our case. We pay for the maximum during each month.
Okay. And as I recall, either last month or 2 months ago, we had a pretty steep load factor because of some perfect storm.
Yeah.
So that's something to keep in mind. I agree that matching it so that we can lower each one. Something that you said, Tim, made me think that maybe you thought it would affect our annual, and it is based upon each month. What's our load factor that month, and then that affects our demand charge for the month.
Yeah, we hope that December won't bump that number up, so it'll remain low like it is, but that's to be determined. We're doing pretty good on time. We're hoping to take a break about 10:30, and we're going on now onto the operational plan presentation. We'll see how much time that takes, but we might be able to take a 10:30 break. So Jessica, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, as Nadine mentioned, we've had a lot of staff involvement in our operational plan. So just to give you and I'm sure you've read through this because it's pretty short, but just to highlight that we took the strategic priorities that the board had set for us, which was a great roadmap for us. And what we've done is we spent some time with our leadership team and staff determining how we will achieve that. And so that's why it's important to have a 5-year plan so that you can see where you're going. And staff were asking for that. So what is the future look like? How do we get there? What are the expectations? What are the goals? What are the objectives? And so again, the board has set a great framework for us to follow, which is very helpful. And so how do we create an operational plan to achieve those goals? So this document lays that out, and Ginny and Hillary's team did a great job putting pictures in. I think this is Jeremy. I'm not sure exactly who this is, but this was from our lineman rodeo, our own LPEA lineman rodeo, where they did the pole rescue, and then putting in some great historical photos. But I really encourage the board to look through this. Again, it's pretty short, but these are the things that you guys told us that you wanted: the vision, the mission, the strategic goal, which was great. I mean, if there's one thing that staff would ask the board to do for your strategic retreat is look at that strategic goal and make sure that's still where you want us to be. That would be our ask. But that's what we're going towards, and that's where we're headed. We also put in the foundation of our work at LPEA is based in the Code of Excellence and expectations. So that's our core. Our North Star with our teams, obviously, is be safe and excellent in all we do, prepare for the future, keep the lights on, maintain strong financial health, and source clean, local, low-cost power. So with the goals and mission that the board set, these are those in a nutshell, right? And then we follow where you tell us to go. So this really helps, and be a trusted community partner. I mean, that's extremely important. But this really helps our employees to say, okay, where are we going? What are we working towards? And it gives them the expectations. So we have a slide for each of the items: be safe and excellent in all we do. And so it was really exciting to work with the leadership team. And what the leadership team did with our team is we put this together, but then we went back to each of our staff groups. And so like Hillary and Dan and Jerry and Nadine and all of them went back to their teams, walked through this and said, what can we achieve in 5 years that meet what the board told us that they wanted to get done, right? And so operationally, our targets are on the left side. Obviously, 0 lost time incidents or accidents, year-over-year improvements, 0 cyber incidents, critical information system 99% of the time, and year-over-year savings in staff time and cost expenditures. And then we put in there, okay, well, how are we going to measure this? So there's examples of key initiatives. And so we're going to continue to go through these and make sure we're meeting them. Keeping the lights on. A lot of these targets are also some of the targets that the board has set. You'll see those in the financial part. The FAC has done a fantastic job in helping us with a goal. And so that you'll see that in the targets embedded in there. But back to keeping the lights on. Again, this is about safety and critical infrastructure and what we're going to do to achieve that. This includes some of our capital planning. So for example, the third bullet down, rebuild more than 45 miles of transmission line. So what will accompany this operational plan for us, for staff, is a 5-year budget as well. And the 5-year budget is something that we've needed, we've never had before. We've been year to year to year building budgets, but it's really hard to plan for the future and reliability and sustainability without that. And so Carl and his team are going to work on the 5-year budget, bring that to the FAC committee to review as well, to make sure that we're aligned with where we're going there. Source clean, local, low-cost power. This one is still a work in progress, as you know, because this is where we're still seeking guidance from the board on the future of a partial contract. So we can fill this in more. And just to make sure I put a pin in this, this is a working document for staff. So it will change over time, right? But this one in particular will change. We know that we have the opportunity to serve our members with at least 74 megawatts of power through the partial contract. We would love to reach a goal of 10 megawatts of local generated renewables. And we can discuss more about why that's the goal. It has to do with our system, but also cost. Carbon footprint from power supply reduced 35%. That is directly related to the goal that the board set on carbon reduction. So that's what that means. And then obviously the other one is electric rates are lower than 70% of our Colorado peers. So that's the other metric that the board set for us. So these are some examples of key initiatives that we're working on to meet our targets. Be a trusted community partner. We have goals and targets over there for more than 90% of members are satisfied. 50% of members are satisfied with online experience. So Hillary and her team are really working hard to how we do that, and Nadine's group. And we've talked about internal employee surveys. So we're already gathering information that will help us as staff understand how we're doing and how we can help better serve the member. And then we'll be working on, there's already surveys out there that NRECA suggests and other utilities that we can look through as well that we'll be working with the board on. Maintain strong financial health. As you can see on the targets, those are all the ones that the board has set for us. So that's extremely helpful. So now we know where we're going, our North Star, and these are the key initiatives that we're working on. Same thing for prepare for the future. These are items that we'd like to work on in regards to beneficial electrification. So this is a huge component of our future. We know that. This is something that's across the US where people are using less electricity because of more efficient equipment. Buildings are being built more efficiently, houses, apartments. And so how can we be a part of this evolution of energy and continue to provide services to our customers? And a lot of that is through the deployment of distributed energy resources, where it connects all these things like hot water heaters, space heating, electric vehicles, and batteries. You can actually connect those in your communities to better use and transmit electricity. This page talks about electric vehicles, moving to heat pumps. So this is going to be a key for us to work on in the next 5 years. I love this picture because we have some awesome staff that developed our electricity safety. And so we've been going around to a lot of schools doing education. So we threw that in. But we do have a page on implementation and reporting that we're still working on. So again, this shows our staff, how all the pieces fit together. And the board helps us set the vision, mission, strategic goal, and strategic initiatives. That's the foundation of where we work from. The code of excellence is how we work together and expectations that we set for ourselves, for how we meet the vision, mission, strategic goal, and initiatives. And the LPEA's North Star is operational. So that's where staff has come up with this, and this is how they're going to meet it. We have 1-year divisional strategies. So each division now is taking this and they're meeting already, and they're putting their own strategic plans together, how we're going to meet this. So then that helps each team understand, again, what are our expectations? What are we working towards? That has never been a part of this discussion in a long time at LPEA. What are we all pushing for? And so this helps our employees say, this is why I'm doing my job. This is why I need to do important. And so we'll look back in each division, we'll examine how they're approaching this and their strategies. And then we'll look at the whole thing as a team every year to see, did we meet our targets? What other initiatives do we need to make? Checking in with the board, making sure that there's no changes to the vision, mission, strategic goal, strategic initiatives. And so we're hoping to give the board feedback on how it's going, right? So that is our plan. And now I'm open for questions.
Well, great, Jessica. It's certainly encouraging to see how this is all now being tied together, particularly to the vision, mission, strategic goal. I know we've commented in the past that we struggled with this so much, but it finally seems as if it's starting to come together, and I certainly appreciate the effort. We do have a couple of questions. I'm going to start out with the Kohler. So Kohler, if you'd go ahead.
So, first, I have a question for Jessica. Jessica, is this plan going to be shared with the public, with the members?
Yes, it is, Kohler.
Then I have a couple of comments. And I want to say first, before I say my comments, I really, really like this. I think a lot of work has been put into it. So my comments are not criticisms. I think hopefully this will make it even a little bit better. But I really like this night. I very much appreciate it. So my first comment is on the be safe and excellence in all we do. And I have it on page 78 of the iPad. And it's the 5th bullet down, which is to ensure LPEA is competitive in attracting, recruiting, and retaining forward-thinking people by providing fair compensation and benefits. And in my thinking, and from when I'm running the business, I think this should be two separate things. Because the way it's tied together now, it sounds like the way you're going to ensure being competitive is by their wage and their benefit. And I believe that there's a lot more that goes into that. If you're going to retain somebody, even the working environment has a huge factor. Pay is very important. So is benefits, but so is, you know, how happy you are at work. I think your code of excellence is a thing that really plays into this as well. So you might think about considering making that two different things, so that it would stop after the word people, and retain forward-thinking people, and then adding provide fair compensation and benefits. So that's one. And then on the other one, I have, which is on the prepare for the future. And this is the 3rd bullet from the bottom. And it talks about
which page did you jump to?
This is on page 83 and 148. I have.
Okay, you got it.
And it's the 3rd bullet from the bottom, talks about storage. And that last, the second line, it says control of retail batteries. And to me, the word control is kind of, you know, it's kind of a negative to me. And I would just ask you to consider maybe replacing that with the word optimize. It might be less intrusive on people reading. So those are my comments. Again, it's not a criticism. I'm hoping to make it better. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Kohler. And just to remind folks that, yeah, I appreciate the feedback. This is a staff work product. So I just want to make sure the board understands that this is an operational work product for them. And I'm just not interested in making changes to their wording unless they're okay with it. So I would go back to them and see what they'd like to do. But Kohler, I appreciate that, because control is a tough word. And if we are going to make it public, it's important for us to make sure we're clear. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, Joe Lewandowski, unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, really echoing Kohler's statement, really a great document. I really like that little North Star logo. It'd be cool to see on hats and t-shirts and stuff like that. Just a question. This is on the, I've only have 146 pages, but this is on the Be a Trusted Community Partner. Question on the top 2 bullets. You say conduct a stakeholder mapping exercise to get needs and tailored designs of LPEA programs. Can you talk about what that actually means? What sort of other needs would you be looking for from this? I'm just not sure what it's looking for.
Yeah, that's a good question. Hillary, did you want to speak to that one?
Sure. And I apologize, you guys, but my heat is out. So it's like 51 degrees in my house. So
no.
That is why, I'll be bundling up the colder I get. Yeah, so stakeholder mapping exercise is basically just getting a better understanding of the different segments that we have in our sort of segments of publics that we have in our area. And then once that is determined, also kind of determining what those publics are most interested in. So for example, there might be a segment of the people of our membership that are really interested in electric vehicles and battery storage and other things like that, whereas other segments may be more interested in energy efficiency tips or cost saving tips, or other demographics may be more interested in being more hands-on involved with LPEA. And so that process is it's fairly intensive, but it includes surveys, it includes focus groups, and it also includes working with other organizations such as the chambers in our district that are also familiar with sort of the demographics in our area. So I'm happy to go over it more with you, Joe. It will have an entire plan. So it's a lot more than just a bullet point, but hopefully that gives you an overview.
Yeah. And then on the second bullet point there, a young adult membership engagement program. We'll talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so this is actually a program that has been designed by NRECA. It's a national program with a variety of resources and guides and things already available. So I have taken a look at that and think that there would be quite, it would be quite beneficial to try and do something like that in our district, obviously tailored to our district specifically. But it's just something that we haven't had the time to tackle yet. And so it's something we really wanted to try and do in this next 5 years.
So it's what, trying to convince 20-somethings of the importance of electricity? I don't.
Yeah, hey, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in because a lot of this work, Joe, and for others is stuff that are initiatives we'd like to hit in the next 5 years. So honestly, we're not going to have a lot of details right now for some of these. This is one that Hillary's team thought that would be great, and what we're hearing across the US of how do you engage a younger community. So if you don't mind, if we can punt this question to later so that we can get more details. And those are the details that we'll bring back to the board. So again, these are initiatives that we'd like to address. We will be flushing all of these out in a lot more detail and bringing them to the board. So I hope that helps a little bit.
And Hillary, one of the stakeholder groups might be those who have poor heat in their homes. They could get air source heat pumps electrically driven. You should contact LPEA about that.
Well, I have unfortunately just bought a home and it's gas heat, so we'll probably be changing that.
All right, good to hear. Tim, if you'd go ahead.
Thanks, Britt. Yeah, I will echo the compliments for the presentation and also for I'm sure it's a lot of deep work that the staff has done to come up with these. And again, anything I say, I don't want it to be viewed as any kind of criticism. It's mostly exploration. And I don't really want to be, I kind of want to understand, I guess, a little bit about how we can see this presentation. Can it live in a Google Drive somewhere for the board as it evolves so that we can come back to it? Sometimes these presentations are great, and then I want to go back and look at them and I have to go through like 6 months of board documents, or board presentation packets to find things. And this one seems pretty important. So I'd love to be able to know how to access that easily. I'd also like to know, how do you see the interplay of the operational goals against maybe not against, but in line with the strategic goals that the board set. So there's an interplay here that I think is not how we influence each other in that going forward, I think is a really key point. And I'm not sure how I don't think this presentation necessarily was meant to address that. So I'm asking that question, is that we as a board get some sort of regular briefing each board meeting or something like that, where we can see how the strategic initiatives are panning out against the operational activity. Are there needs to adjust either of them as we go along, right? And so that interaction I think is really important. what I'm concerned about perhaps is, you know, the board has set some strategic initiatives. Does the operational plan really get there in line with the expectation of the board? Or was that expectation incorrect because operationally you can't get there and we have to reset that? There's this dialogue that has to go back and forth, and I look forward to finding out a way that we can improve that dialogue so that, you know, neither the board nor the staff are spinning wheels. Because there are questions I have around some of these targets. They're perhaps different than my expectation around the strategic initiative, and I don't really want to go through them here. I don't think this is the place. One of them you touched about in terms of locally generated renewables added to our system and so forth. And so having an opportunity or a mechanism for that dialogue, I think, is important. So
Tim, so that's a great point. We are going to report on these in the dashboards. So that's going forward. The dashboards is a place where we're going to update the board.
yeah, I think it's more than an update. I think it's a
mission is something that we can work towards. Then we'll let you guys know if it's a tough goal. But we're hoping that, you know, if you're going to go through your strategic planning, that you get our opinion as well as staff, because we're the ones that have to implement it. And so it'd be very helpful to also be involved in you guys setting those so that we can say, yeah, that's attainable. No, that's not attainable, right? And so you're right, it is a two-way street on communication. You know, I'm happy to talk offline because it looks like we're out of time on the certain components of the operational dashboard. But I do want to remind the board that these are operational issues. And you guys set the vision, you know, the statement and strategic plan, and then we set how we approach that. So if you have comments on that, we would love to hear it. And I'm happy to set up a time to talk through that later.
Okay, Kirsten, if you would unmute, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm looking at page 80. It's the source clean, local, low-cost power. So as a director, I was focusing a lot more on the targets than on the initiatives. I think the targets is the interplay between the board and operations. When you were talking about this slide, you mentioned the 10 megawatts, and you said, and we can talk more about that. And I was hoping we could talk more about that, but we're also running short on time. So when can we talk more about that? I'm interested in where that number is. Is that a limit? Is that more or less? Is that a stretch? I'm interested in that kind of information.
Kirsten, that's a good question. And maybe that gets to more what Tim is talking about as well. That would be something that we would discuss during the partial contract negotiations, if that's what the board would like to do.
Yeah, I think we don't know how that stuff's going to turn out until we know more about partial contracts, etc. Bob Lynch, unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know we're running short. I just want to say one thing is I really like this. I like the content with the examples of key initiatives. There's a lot of content here that's good. Graphically, how it's laid out is really pleasing and easy to read. I like seeing employee satisfaction, I think it said, or job satisfaction, employee engagement kind of survey. We've never had that, so that would be important to have. The one thing to, maybe it's a little bit of echoing what Tim said, there's something maybe to be done with how our strategic initiatives, it seems like they're almost restated with different and maybe sometimes better words in the North Star. So like distribution utility of the future probably is loaded in under prepare for the future and source clean local power, and kind of how those two things connect. Maybe this is a restatement of strategic initiatives and we ought to consider that at the retreat, or we ought to figure out where those load in under the elements of the North Star, something like that. But I think they're saying much of the same thing, but it feels like one of those cases where you kind of end up having two sets of words that are going for almost the same thing, and maybe we can figure out how to reconcile that.
That's a good point, Bob. When we came up with those North Star items, we did look at how the board set the vision and mission, and you're right, there's a lot of those that are on the wall in the boardroom that are stating multiple things in one paragraph. And so what we did is we looked at all those and said, okay, but where's the big buckets? And these were the big buckets that included all of those paragraphs on the board wall, if that makes sense. So yes, and just to give credit where credit's also due, is we did some research just to see how other utilities are addressing and how other co-ops and public power is meeting the vision, mission, strategy of the board. And so this is a work product that is being used pretty consistently across co-ops, where people are trying to find the North Star, the staff. This is an operational plan. This is how we're showing the board how we're getting there. And the board sets the high level, and then we set the operational initiatives and so forth. So yeah, I think it would be great to have a discussion, to Tim's point again, on the targets. Absolutely. That's the part where I see the partnership, right? Where the board is meet together. And to your
point, and I'm kind of wondering, and it's just wondering out loud, is we may not need two sets of words, so that strategic initiatives may in fact be those 5 elements, 6 elements of the North Star, or we kind of cross-check and say, yeah, that's covered there. So we're kind of checking ourselves that way. But it's a very excellent document, and it's got all tremendous set of things to work on. So I applaud everybody that put this together, and it just puts us in a good place for assuring that we have all the bases covered for achieving those strategic initiatives. So thank you.
Okay, good discussion, and nice to see that. Let's go ahead and take a break now, about 10 minutes. So we'll try and get going again at about 10:47. And if Drew, if you could put up a break message, that would be good. Thank you. I'll see everybody in about 10 minutes. Okay, people are out there. Let's start coming back online. Gee, Rachel, if you compare it to Hillary, Hillary's wearing a heavy coat and you're in there, it's just a little skivvy. Is it? You must be in a sauna.
I've been aggressively dusting.
Oh, you know how to take advantage of a break, huh?
Maybe I should aggressively dust. No, I have a space heater now, so I'm doing a bit better.
Okay.
Just make Hillary feel bad, Rachel.
Yeah. At least you should put up a tropical background there, Rachel. That'd be more appropriate.
Actually, so the Army did studies on kind of what interventions are the most efficacious in maintaining heat when outside or in cold temps for long periods of time. So they looked at layering, diet, all kinds of things. And the thing they came back with, which is the most powerful, is actually your mindset. So if you think you're warm, you're
Darn,
warm.
I was hoping it was going to be bourbon. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can get started on our meeting again. We finished off with the operational plan, and now we're going on to the board action agenda. And the first part of that, I'm going to turn over to Tim, and that's the Finance and Audit Committee update. So Tim, go ahead.
Was it my turn already?
Yes, it is.
All right. You have a copy of the report.
We have a page number for that. Let's see. Oh, I found it, page 87.
Yes, 87.
87.
At least on mine. And we did mostly a financial review and then a large section of time in executive session that looked at Resolution 2019-10 options, a review. I'm not quite sure how we want to handle the recommendations of the committee to the board. I guess I'll just put them out there.
Hang on just a minute, because I understand where you're coming from and what we were talking about. So this is a part where we can perhaps get Graham and Jessica to help as well. As you recall, some of our discussion was that we know what we want to do, but how public did we want to be with it because of other issues that were going on. So I would like, and what we want to do, if you're looking at page 87, are items 1 and 2. How do we do those items? Or do we need to do something about those? So Tim, if that's okay with you, I'll let them discuss those.
Maybe I could just make one statement before we move off. One is, personally, I think anything that has to do with the partial contract should be done publicly. If that has an impact on another matter, I think that's where I need the help from Jessica and Graham at this point. At least one of these is linked to another matter. It has not, but I think for the benefit of our members, if we take action on a application for a partial contract or whatever, that needs to be done publicly. That's my view. It's the other matter that linkage that needs clarification at this point.
Yeah, and Tim, I would suggest that, at least from what the direction we got at the FAC, was that the FAC committee wanted staff to be looking at all options that would allow us to apply for the best possible option for a partial contract. And so I think that's good direction for staff, such that we don't have to get into any of the other issues that were discussed at the executive session. Does that make sense? So I think if there was a motion or recommendation that staff continue examining the partial contract options according to the one methodology that you gave us, that you wanted us to look through, then that gives us enough direction without having to get into issues that should be in executive session. Did I say that a roundabout way?
Well, I think, I mean, I agree with you that for that first recommendation, it's covered, what you just said. The second one is not. That was pretty specific. And, but it's linked to another issue, so.
I think though that if the board gives us direction to look at all options, then that covers the second bullet item.
However, the second recommendation from the FAC is to limit one of those options.
Well, in a sense, I'm thinking from our Robert's rules kind of things. That second one is in a sense a request to do nothing. And the only way you would do something on that would be to, you know, there'd actually have to be a motion on it to take that action. And if we just ignore it, we've in a sense done that. Is that correct?
I suppose that's a way to look at it. All right. With that understanding, then I make the motion that the FAC, based on the FAC recommendation, that the board direct LPA staff to complete and submit the tri-state partial contract application utilizing the MARS option for the maximum amount. Within that MARS option, there are other numerous possibilities and options that could complete the MARS. And it doesn't, this recommendation doesn't in any way limit our ability to utilize any of those options at this point.
Well, that's right. I mean, we won't even know how some of those turn out until we know how much we're awarded and we'll go out for requests for quotations for specifics on those. So there's a motion on the floor made by Tim that the board directs the LPA staff to complete and submit the tri-state partial contract application. Is there a second for that?
Yeah, I'll second it.
And that was John Witchell that seconded it. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion on this? I see one hand up. Kirsten Skian, go ahead.
And you said that there are several kind of, to answer Gwen's question earlier, none of the MARs prohibit us from taking future full buyout options.
To the best of our understanding, looking at the contracts and getting reviews by attorneys, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Joe, unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, Tim kind of got into some explanation after he made the motion, and I just want to make sure it's all straight so it's correct in the minutes and that sort of thing. So I don't know if we need to clean that up or if we're okay with how that came through.
The only thing in there is that I don't know that we would have to say anything about the amount. It would just be, we recommend staff to.
I'll repeat the motion.
Okay.
Based on the FAC recommendation, I move that the board direct LPA staff to complete and submit the tri-state partial contract application utilizing the MARS option for the maximum amount.
Okay, that motion's been made and seconded, and those words are pretty much on page 87 and 148 for the minutes. So I think, Joe, did you have any other questions about that? Nope, okay. Any other discussion on this motion?
Britt, just to be clear for our members, this is simply the application to be able to later take one of those options. It does not commit us to any one of them. That was my point of clarification, right? It leaves open multiple options, and it also means that before we would actually take up one of those options, should we decide to do so, we would have another vote about that, and that would also be in public. There's nothing here that is out of the eye of the member in any way. It's simply an application. It's part of a process. It's the first step towards a partial contract.
Yes, Tri-State has provided a program for its members to get additional flexibility for local renewable energy. And we're now completing what we started last month to direct our staff to fill out that application and go forward with it. So any further discussion on this? All those who are in favor of this motion, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any are opposed to this motion, please unmute and let me know and say nay. And any who wish to abstain? All right, that motion passed unanimously. That'll be easy for the minutes. Tim, is there anything else that you wanted to discuss in the Finance and Audit Committee? Or
Not at this time, thanks.
all right, then we're going to move on to the Broadband Committee update. And that would be Kirsten. So Kirsten, if you would unmute and give us an update.
We actually had a very brief open session. Graham went through the implications of SB 107 from a high level. Then we went into executive session.
Kirsten, could you briefly explain what that SB 107 is?
Sure. Graham, would you please explain what that SB 107 is?
So SB 107 was legislation passed in 2019 that is basically relates to how rural electric cooperative associations can utilize their existing electricity easements to include commercial broadband. So we have existing easements that give us rights to run our electricity lines in certain places, and this is a statutory method for expanding the scope of that electric easement to include commercial broadband.
Thank you, Graham. So most of our meeting was an executive session. I will give a brief update during executive. Oh, no, I can't give a brief update. We don't talk about what's in executive session. Do I need to have had that on the agenda for what we talked about in the executive session, Brett?
If it's related to anything that's in there right now, it might be related to what we talk about, because the fast track's on there and that has something to do with it. That would be the only way it would tie in. Okay. It's not a separate item.
Great. We had 9 attendees from our membership, and those 9 people were still there at the end after an hour-and-a-half executive session. So they really hung in there, even though they were just looking at a screen that said, "Thank you for your attendance." I feel pretty badly that we didn't get them any more meat, but we're getting there. Thank you.
What was now you can't tell us what happened in the executive session, but what is the Broadband Committee doing?
So what we're doing is we are narrow. I had given a homework assignment to everybody on the Broadband Committee to, if you had to choose today, what we wanted to do, what would you do? And you had to come with it written down. We chose to do that during the executive session because those answers have strategic implications and monetary. Well, mostly it's a strategic implication. So because of that, that's what we talked about in an executive session. What we want to do is narrow that focus and say, okay, let's quit gathering information. Let's say, all right, this is where we're going to head, and what gets in the way of that? And is it something that we can deal with, or is it something that we have to say, well, that's really in the way. That answer's not going to work. Let's adjust. So that's where we're kind of trying to get past the information gathering and to the decision thing, because we just have a few more months.
Okay, good clarification. Now we're going to have discussions, questions, or comments on this. I see Tim Wheeler's got his hand up, so Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to mention that the public presentation that Graham provided at the Broadband Committee on SB 107 is in the website, LPEA website, under the Broadband Committee. You can go there and find it. And for those who have questions about SB 107, for which there are many, Graham has provided a nice little roadmap that the public can use.
Oh, good point. Good to point out. Okay, thank you. Joe, unmute and go ahead.
Sorry if I missed this, but there's a mention of strategic white paper. Is that something that's being written, or is that done already? And is that something we did? And can we get a look at it?
That's in so that white paper is in the drive under the broadband committee in the subcommittee portion of things. There's a portion of the broadband committee that is confidential, and that's at the main level. But if you go down into the committee documents under broadband committee, then you'll see the strategic document there. And that's a white paper that the staff has been building as we go along. They started with a structure, and now what they've been doing is kind of filling that in. It's also been available to the public, and the public has been also making comments on it. And we do gather those comments in, I believe, in the same drive. So you're going to see that document in two places. You're going to see that at the Google Drive, and you're also going to see it at the public-facing website under, if you Google LPEA Broadband Committee, you get there in 2 steps.
Is it possible in the future when these things are mentioned that maybe we could include a link in the packet, or at least note in there that it's available in Google Drive?
I think the link's a good idea. We should strive to do that.
The input to the white paper and its process is also, as Kirsten just mentioned, on the LPA website under the broadband committee section. So you can go there as well to see it. You don't have to be a director at this point.
Okay, and I'll mention it again. Now, when people are putting together the reports, if they know that there is something in our drive, it would be nice if they would put a link to the folder. Is often a good thing to do rather than to the individual document, because then you can see all the documents that are in it. So everybody should try to do that, and I'm sure the IT staff would provide help if you're not certain how to get that done. Bob Lynch, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick comment and question, Kirsten, particularly. I haven't looked at your work, so I may be behind on this, but one of the things going on in that whole broadband world seems to me that changing really rapidly is alternative ways to get broadband as opposed to cables and wires and fiber optic and all that. And we see it here in Pagosa already with Visionary, Mammoth/Visionary that we had some interaction with, deploying towers out there, because how do you get broadband to rural people, going across mountains via towers and that kind of thing seems like maybe the way it's going to go. And then very recently, SpaceX has that Starlink initiative where they're low Earth orbit satellites. They just got $800 million from the feds to deploy more of those. So the question, I guess, is, are you guys considering that the whole wired concept may be getting leapfrogged already by wireless methods, and we can spend a lot of time talking about it. Meanwhile, a faster, better way to deploy broadband is underway. Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Bob. I don't think I can fairly say that we have not eliminated any means of getting broadband to our members, or to our operations, which is one of the reasons for the broadband committee is figuring out, okay, is our goal first operational? Is our goal first getting it to the community, or is our goal first making money or not making money? So that's where we are, and in none of those have we said, oh, and this means only fiber to the desktop, or it means only doing it by microwave, or only doing it by fixed wireless. So thank you for that reminder, but we are keeping those open. Does that help?
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your work.
Okay, anything else on broadband? All right, then looking next is the board retreat update. We've already had some discussion this morning about things that might be talked about in that as well, and I will assume Rachel's been taking notes. So Rachel, if you would go ahead and give us an update on what's happening with that.
Yeah, the only thing that's been going on in board retreat land is just had reached out to a number of folks trying to get actually a list of local facilitators as well as the facilitators that the LPA leadership team used. And so I've got one response with a formal proposal. I include that in an email to you all. I didn't know, asking if it should be in the board retreat, in the board packet. And then just waiting on other folks. So kind of next steps from here are to take a look at those and continue to have conversations, pick a facilitator, have a design team meeting so we can make sure to include all the things people have brought up, and then get rolling. So keep an eyeball out for a doodle poll from me once we get a facilitator and their dates figured out.
So are you thinking that we might do this while we still have to maintain distance, masks and things? Are you thinking of virtual, or do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, our crew talked about it, and Tim, John, fill in if I miss anything. But we really did just look at the virtual format, just kind of acknowledging that we're still seeing kind of an outbreak stage and needing to be distanced, and also having some of us experience virtual retreats that work really well. You just need to shift the format. So that's actually one of the kind of requests when I've been talking to folks, is for them to put forward kind of their experience and kind of comfort with facilitating effective virtual retreats. And so that's part of the reason why we proposed a two-part retreat that are in shorter chunks, just acknowledging that all-day Zoom calls are challenging.
Appreciate that. And do you have any thoughts on the time frame? Are you looking at first quarter next year, or roughly?
Yeah, we talked about kind of end of January, and then one in the end of January, one in February, and then an evaluation, kind of self-reflection for the board in March. And I got the note from our last meeting that people would appreciate that those not to take place during the week of the board meeting, just because that's already one day people are taking off work. So again, for scheduling, we just need to get our facilitator firmed up, know what their availability is, and then we'll send out a doodle poll to you all so we can figure out what date works best.
All right, appreciate that. Are there any additional questions or discussion on the subject? Questions for Rachel, discussion? Okay, then the next item on the board agenda is the annual meeting election timeline and the election supervisory committee. Jessica, who's going to take that?
Thank you. That will be Hillary or Graham. Thank you.
It's me. All right, everyone. So on page 92 of your board packet, I tried to outline what action is needed from the board. Basically, for 2021 annual meeting, we've discussed internally as a staff, and we just feel that because we still don't know the impacts of COVID-19, we still don't know when it's going to be safe to gather, that we would like to actually postpone setting the date of the 2021 annual meeting until later next year, when we know more about when it will be safe to gather and have a large public event. So we'd like to put off setting the date for the annual meeting until later. However, we need to notice our election, the date of our election, 6 months in advance, which means that we do need to set a date and the associated timeline for the board elections during this meeting. The soonest we would be able to hold the election would be June 17th. And there's quite a lot of sort of guidelines and timelines that have to be hit before that and after that. And those are all laid out in that document. I have checked with Tiffany, and she is able to support us again with the election process. Actually, June works better for her than any date earlier because she has multiple elections going on. So we would like to propose that June 17th date to you guys to hold that partial virtual annual meeting only to announce election results. This is the exact same thing that we did last year. We did it on Zoom. I think it worked quite well. It was a relatively short meeting, I think less than an hour. And then we'll message to the public that we will hold the business portion of the annual meeting in conjunction with the member appreciation luncheon later in the year whenever it becomes safe to do so. So we would just need a motion from the board to approve that election timeline with the partial virtual annual meeting announcing the results on June 17th. And then we also we'll have some action items coming up in future meetings around the election supervisory committee. So if you recall, and also for our new board members, our elections are overseen by an independent third party, which has been Tiffany Parker in the past, and there will be a resolution to use her again, I think next up in the board agenda. But it's also overseen by an independent election supervisory committee, which consists of one member from each district. And we currently do have members in each district except for 4, because Betsy Ramiri is now in District 2 after the recent redistricting. So it is actually up to the directors in District 4 to make nominations for that open seat. So I would like to propose that the District 4 directors come to our next board meeting in January with some nominations for that open seat, and that the final ESA members are voted on and selected at the February board meeting. I'd be happy to take any questions about that, but that is our proposal at this time.
Okay, Hillary, in the past, as I recall, we typically have sat new directors for the May board meeting. Now, under this schedule, as the June board meeting looks like it will be on the 16th, and then we would announce the winner the day after that, the new directors wouldn't be sat until July. Is that the way you're looking at it?
Yes, so we do need to give a 6 months notice on our website about when the election date would be. So at this point, since it is December, the earliest we would be able to do that is June, which is a month later than we did last year.
All right, thank you for that clarification. We do have a few questions, so I'm going to start with Kirsten. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I get to 6 months, and we're going to be stuck for this year. In the future, and I'm looking for people who have been on the board longer than I, or people who have more knowledge about this. Is there a reason that we were doing it in April? Do we need to try to get back to an earlier time? Are there any conflicts with other boards? Do we need to have things set as we go forward? Get anything? I'm not. Again, our hands are tied for this year, but I want to make sure for next year that we start this process early enough. Anybody?
Well, I know that the Durango City Council elections always take place in the spring as well. I'm not certain at this time exactly what their dates are, but that's been the closest other election. Hillary, your thoughts for what one would do if timing wasn't an issue next year, for instance?
I believe, and as you know, I'm relatively new, but what I have heard from my staff is that a while ago, the elections were actually done in the fall. I believe there were a variety of reasons that they were changed, including conflict with other elections, conflict with busy fall schedules of directors, issues with having the annual meeting, because in the past, the election and the annual meeting have been the same day. And usually one of the action items or points of the agenda on that annual meeting is the annual report. So there was a feeling that reviewing the annual report in the fall was too late. And so it should be done a little bit earlier in the year. So a variety of reasons, but I don't believe there's any issue with changing it. The only issue, and I mean, maybe Graham or Shay could speak to this, is it just means that the board terms become longer. Like, because if a board member is seated, say this year it'll be in July, then and then it's not held until the next October, then that becomes a longer term.
So for 1 month, it would be, I mean, for 1 year, this year, it would be shorter. I would suggest thinking through Western United, Colorado Rural Electric Association, Tri-State, their board meetings, because one of the things, not their board meetings, but their elections and such, because at our first meeting after having new board members, we select people to go to those, people to represent us. So if they, for instance, do theirs in June, then we may be changing that selection in July. So we should at least look at their calendars to see the ones that we impact on that one too. That might be that, and then the annual report. Those are both really good reasons. The annual report was probably the best reason for having the annual meeting as early as possible, even though I know we're only talking about the election portion of the annual meeting here. Thank you.
Yes, and Kirsten, I can see that one difficulty would occur is if you didn't have a tri-state representative on June 17th, for instance, and the tri-state meeting is going to be the first week of July, but that's just the way it would go. We'll figure it out as we go along. Tim, go ahead. Tim, unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, I'm finding the unmute button there. Thanks, Britt. Lots of stuff on all these screens here. Appreciate the patience. So I'm not sure this question was asked, but is the 6-month time frame, is that policy, bylaw, or statutory?
Graham, go ahead. We'll let you see if you can figure that out. I know Shay knows it as well, but Graham, go ahead.
That is by statute.
Colorado statute.
All right, well, no chance of changing that. So, I had another question around any kind of bylaw amendments. Somewhere in here I read something about potential for bylaw amendment. I can think of one that has to do that we might want to put forward around utilization of electronic annual meetings and so forth, because we've had a discussion around that, and that might be a good opportunity to clarify that. I think there's some stuff in the Colorado legislature that might be going forward too about that as well. So I don't know whether a bylaw amendment would be necessary if the state changes its law, but who knows. Anyway, the point being, if we have any bylaw amendments, we also have to look at the timing of that. And I didn't see that in here. And I think it's probably less than 6 months. We just changed that as a policy, but in any event, we should look at that and make sure that that's also accommodated in the schedule. And then I will make a motion to approve this schedule.
Motion's been made to approve the schedule. Is there a second? Then we'll continue the discussion.
I'll second, Joe.
Okay, Tim has made the motion to approve and Joe has seconded it. We still have some hands up. Rachel, go ahead.
I think one thing, just a question, how this overlays with our board workflow. I'm just thinking about onboarding new directors and how that takes some time, and when do we start looking at budgets? And I think this goes more to Kirsten's question about long-term. Is this just a one-off, or is this something longer term? But that's just another factor to think through.
That's right. Certainly announcing the winners the day after the board meeting would give you more time to onboard, but it would also affect other things. So there is, as everybody's mentioned, a balance as to deciding when is the best time of the year to do these elections. Is there any other thoughts, Hillary, you would have on onboarding of directors and getting things continuing at that date?
No, I think the directors are raising a fair point that it is probably time to do a full-scale analysis of what makes the most sense as far as the election schedule goes. For this year, for 2021, and I do have to apologize for this. I missed the ball on getting this on the agenda in time to have our standard May meeting. This will be my first full election cycle, so I'm still learning, and I apologize for the month delay is completely my oversight. So I think for the 2021, this is what we can do. But I think 2021 also gives us an opportunity to reevaluate.
We can hardly hold you too responsible considering how long you've been at LPA, but we will anyway. All right, Kirsten, unmute and go ahead.
Considering the motion on the floor, the announced election results is part of the schedule, and my question is, if there is a bylaw thing, is that considered part of the election?
It is, yes. So that the June 17th would be to announce the election results and would be also to announce the results of any proposed bylaw changes. And I don't know, Graham, did you want to comment on the earlier point about, believe it was Tim who was talking about bylaw amendment timeline?
You know, I think, and Shay and I had a meeting on Monday where we discussed some potential bylaw changes, and I think, you know, we're within our timelines to be able to have those presented and have the board meet all those deadlines and get them on a unified ballot with an election date of June 17th. Is that correct, Shay?
Yes, I would say that this information sheet is good and that you should expand it to include bylaw things as Tim suggested.
Yeah, and I actually, we do have a page long set of all of the administrative deadlines that we have. I didn't include the full thing in your document, but there is going to be the need for the board to pass a resolution authorizing a bylaw amendment to be presented to the members and directing that the vote be via mail-in ballot. So that will be something that is coming to you in a future board meeting.
And partly it's having the data including bylaws would be for any members who would want to get involved with anything that would be going on. Shay, can you speak up as what you're seeing here and how we're doing?
Yes, so just something else to note about bylaws is that I believe policy committee would be taking a first whack at bylaw amendments and recommending changes to the board. That's going to occur at the policy committee meeting in February, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the date of the policy committee meeting off the top of my head, but it's February. And so then the board would have an opportunity to review the recommendations and pass resolutions approving those either at the February or the March meeting, and still have time to get those on the ballot.
All right, and as this information sheet is updated and finalized, it should be available on our website. It looks like it's good public information, as well as we would know. We have an election place on our website, so we would know where to go and find that. That would be great. Is there any other discussion on this motion that's been made and seconded to accept this election timeline? All right, all those who are in favor of accepting this timeline, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Please let me know. Any abstentions? This passed unanimously. All right, so was there anything else we needed to do related to, the election supervisor committee can wait till next month? So
But just a reminder to the District 4 directors to please come to the meeting next month with your nominations for that ESC.
All right, and if District 4, if you guys have any trouble thinking of somebody, please contact staff. They might be able to help you out in some way.
Could I ask, as a District 4 director, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I moved my hand, I apologize. That if there's any qualification or how they, around that person or anything, is it just, they just have to be a District 4 member, that's it? No other, and I guess a desire to do so, right? Is there any?
I'll let Shay comment on that. It looks like she has her hand raised.
So the policy, election policy 105 talks about what the requirements are for an ESC member. It's primarily that they're in the district, have interest, and can be fair and impartial. I would recommend that you pull from somebody that has experience with elections, because they do a lot of work with Tiffany, and if they have experience working with Tiffany in regular elections,
then it makes the process a lot smoother. All of the current DSC members and Betsy, as a former member, worked very closely with Tiffany, and it seemed to make the process a lot smoother.
Well, I wonder if Tiffany or perhaps you, Shay, would already have somebody who you happen to know works with her and be in District 4. That would be helpful.
And I don't have anybody that I know of, but I do know that Tiffany has a list of election judges that she keeps and works with. And so that would be a good person to contact for potential names.
All right, I'll let the District 4 directors get together and decide how to make that contact and go forward with this. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, just knowing we're moving on this next month, everyone who's on the roster, they said they want to do this again. They're excited to do it again, yes, including the District 2 person. Okay. And then the other thing was just a follow-up with Betsy, because I know she did this for a long time and I know it was not intended at all, and she kind of got the bump. So have we sent her like a thank you and just made sure she feels really appreciated for all the work she has done for this?
I'm not aware that we have, but I appreciate your thought. That's probably a good idea. Anybody who's served on this committee, and particularly those who got bumped out without any move of their own, we should say, send them a card or something.
Yeah, we can do that. And Rachel, just to let you know, she's on the Roundup board now. So.
Okay, so we found a spot. All right, other questions up? I see Kirsten, so go ahead.
Yeah, that's how we thanked her, Rachel. We gave her more work. We put her on.
Perfect.
Verbal acknowledgement.
It happens to me a lot.
Okay, and we can move on. We now need to make it formal that our independent third party, a person to help us run the election, would be Tiffany Parker. That would be resolution 2020-18. Does somebody have a page number for that? Oh, I found it. 2020. Nope. Boy, that's not it. There it is, page 95. So this is a pretty simple one. Take a moment to glance at that. And we can, then I'll look for a motion to pass this resolution. Then there'd be any discussion on it or proposed changes, and then we'll see if we can pass it. So does anybody would like to move to pass resolution 2020-18, independent third party appointment?
So moved by Kohler.
Kohler moved. Is there a second?
Second by John Lee.
Seconded by John Lee. We have a motion and a second for this third party appointment for our election. Is there any further discussion on this? Kohler, go ahead.
I just have a question on the third whereas in the very last sentence. It says when it is safe to do so. Should that be if it is safe to do so instead of when, just in case it doesn't happen? I don't know if that needs to be referenced.
Yeah, who is responsible for the language of this resolution? Who could comment on that, whether or not by saying when there's any problem there?
I believe this is the same resolution we've used for years.
Well, except for the when it is safe to do so part.
Well, yeah, that's true. You're right.
This particular part.
Yeah, no, yeah. And I think we're happy to change it. I don't think it's.
I think so. That would probably be better. So unless those who, well, Kohler made the motion. So unless anybody objects, we'll change that when to an if. With that said, is there any other further discussion on this resolution? All right, with that one word change, all those who are in favor of passing this resolution, please unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Unmute and let me know. Any abstentions? All right, this passed unanimously. That's good. Now we're going to go on to our board attorney discussion. And it's page 96. I sent this email to you guys just last Saturday, so you haven't had it for long, but it's in the board packet now as well. And okay, as we know,
you did miss a resolution on here. You skipped the resolution dealing with the meeting dates.
No, we got that board meeting schedule and third party. Do you have something more? Did I?
The resolution on page 94.
Page 94.
Vote on it yet.
Page 94.
It's a resolution for our board of directors board meeting dates.
Oh, board meeting schedule. I was seeing that. You're right. I was seeing that as something to do with the election timeline and thought we'd skipped over it. So you're correct. There's an item on the agenda, item E, that we have not got to. Thank you for pointing that out. And this is resolution 2020-15. Remember, we tabled this last month when we tried to pass it because we wanted there to be some more thought on changing 2 different months to being something other than the 3rd Wednesday of the month. So this is on page 94, and we discussed it last month. So we are looking for a motion to pass this month and further discussion if necessary. So would somebody at this time make a motion for resolution 2020-15?
I move to accept resolution 2020-15 as presented.
All right, got John Lee has made a motion. Is there a second?
Dan Huntington seconds.
Dan Huntington seconds. Now we've got a few hands for discussion of this. So I'll start with Kirsten.
Okay, so I'd like to look to the folks who had issues with spring break and such. Why we kicked this back? What have we done to accommodate the issues of Pagosa and Durango varying dates?
Thanks, Kirsten. We checked in with Holly because it was more of a conflict, and she's good with this date. We've checked with other folks that have school-age kids, and this date works.
All right, that would be 2 months that the meetings would be changed, which sometimes it means a short distance between our normal meeting agenda. One time it'll be longer, one time it'll be shorter. Tim, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know, the minutes that we just approved here said under this, staff will confirm availability for staff and director attendance for board meeting on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Wednesday of March 21st for discussion at this board meeting. I have to say I was not, no one checked with me, but maybe we, you know, my daughter's in law school, so spring break doesn't matter much, but I think I will have to change if on one of these, my schedule around, and one of those is a board meeting for fast track. So I would have to skip that if it's on the 2nd. I also, you know, we had this discussion in years past. Personally, and this may sound a little strong, I apologize if it does, but you know, we have we had a schedule, a standing schedule. I just don't think we should change it. We all of us who are directors, I think, base the rest of our schedule on making this a priority. And when we start changing it around, we lose participation and we lose focus. I think, and I understand that that is an issue for folks with younger children and so forth, but there are always extenuating circumstances with regards to schedule. And I think in some sense we are all equal, you know, trying to get, I think there's 22 panelists. It's much better if we just stick with a standing schedule that we can do rather than trying to move it around. So I'm opposed to this motion. I think it should be as we did last year. We set it up, was it the 3rd Wednesday or whatever, and we just move forward throughout every month. Thanks.
All right, caller, go ahead.
Yes, just a couple of wordsmithing things on the resolution itself. In the title, the 2021 LPEA Board of Directors, it should say board meeting dates. I would add the word board in the title. Also, on the first whereas, the second sentence, board needs to be added there for the Board of Directors board meeting. And then also the first paragraph after the table, where it says 2021, again should say board meetings. So I'd add board to 3 different spots. Thank you.
Yeah, the clarification to mean to make it very clear that it's only board meetings and not talking about other things that we may or may not do, such as committee of the whole, et cetera, is what I guess you're making clear.
Yes.
All right. Kirsten, go ahead.
Tim, I'm super impressed that you've got your calendar together for next year. As you know, I have trouble paying attention to my calendar for this week. That's really great. I think if we had made these changes based on just a single director or a director saying, oh no, you know, and as it is, this does interfere with Pagosa spring break, and Holly as a director has said, okay, I'm gonna deal with that. But these two things super affect staff. So spring break and being able to prepare for this meeting and attend this meeting has got to be pretty tough. And then with the NRECA CEO close-up, we would not have our CEO that day. So if anything, that would be the one that we would keep, and then we end up just changing that third week of that March one in lieu of spring break. But I totally get what you're saying as far as trying to be as consistent as possible. When the staff get involved and we're talking about all the work that goes into it and the ability to be able to produce a good package for us and be able to support us during these meetings, I'm willing to change for March, and I'm open to discussion about August.
All right, Bob Lynch, you're up next.
Yes. In fact, last year we changed the March meeting, and it was because of the conflict with Durango spring break, and it made it be in conflict with the Pagosa spring break. So to me, this is what I suggested last time, and I appreciate doing it. If we're going to change, we need to accommodate all of the districts in all of our towns for spring break. So I appreciate moving it to that earlier week, which I know that crowds staff a little bit too, but I think doing this once or twice a year is fine, and spring break is a big deal for families and affects a lot of people in both the staffs in both locations. So I think it's good. Just for the record, we also in the past, the first couple of years I was on the board, we had the December meeting a little earlier to not crowd up against Christmas quite so much. So we've done this sometimes in the past for various reasons. So I'll support this, and I'm glad we accommodated the Pagosa folks, not just Holly, but all the people at the Pagosa office that have kids in school. So thank you.
All right, is there any more discussion on this? And let me, of course, remind you, and Betty knows that if anybody wants to make a change, you should know how to do it via making a motion to amend. If I don't get that action, we'll go ahead and vote. Is there any more discussion on this? All right, all those who are in favor of resolution 2020-15 as written with a bit of minor editing, as Kohler pointed out, but with these dates, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye. Aye.
All those who are opposed, please unmute and let me know.
Aye.
Tim is opposed. All those who are abstaining, this is Britt, I'm abstaining. So we have the motion is passed 10-1 with one abstention for the meeting minutes. Okay. And Kirsten, if you don't have anything else, you can take your hand down. I think you just left it up by accident.
I do have something else.
Go ahead.
It's concerning an abstention. An abstention by director is usually because you don't have enough information. So what information can we give you to avoid you having to abstain?
There's no more information that I've made, but I do choose to abstain.
Okay.
Right.
Need to talk, in general, let's make sure this is on the strategic board, whatever we're doing, because I think it's abstentions in general we need to try to avoid. Thank you. And I just happen to be picking on you, Britt, because you've got big shoulders.
All right, appreciate that. Oh, we got that done. I'm sorry I missed it before, but we're still running pretty good with time, so we're able to move on. So now we are going on with item G is the board attorney discussion. And that's on page 96. So I had in that since there's a lot of words, I didn't want to have to try and write it, get them all down during the meeting. So I suggested 3 things. They could be 1 motion, they could be 3 motion. And of course, I have no clue if people are going to agree with this or not, but it was just a starting point for this discussion. So with that said, I'm going to open this up for general discussion. And if anybody wants to make a motion for 1 or 3 of them, I'm sure they'll let me know. So let's start the discussion, because we saw email on December 1st that Maines, Bradford, Shipsh, and Sheftel, meaning Shay, is not going to be our general counsel going forward after the turn of the year. So we need to do something officially to say who is going to be our general counsel for a while or whatever. So let's go ahead and start this discussion. Kirsten, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to understand client attorney privilege when 2 clients. So we have LPEA as a cooperative being a client of Graham, and we would have the board being a client of Graham. I would like to understand, does that hold? Or Graham, are you not able? There you are. Graham, are you would have to honor if we do something as a board? You're not able to take that back to Jessica, correct?
And before he goes on, Kirsten, since I had some concerns and discussions, I'll expand that slightly, because one of the functions of our board attorney is that we have individual issues. For instance, in the past, I was personally slandered, you might say, and so I went to Shay to ask her for advice on that, and that was something just between her and me. So I asked Graham, if something like this comes up, how do you handle that, knowing that with this sort of thing? So Graham, could you go ahead and address these issues? One is, if the board has something that's private between you and the board, and we don't want staff to know about it, or if an individual director does, how would that work in this relationship?
So ethically, my client is La Plata Electric Association Incorporated, the entity. And so that entity functions legally through its board of directors, right? And so if there is a direction from the board of directors, I'm obliged as the attorney for that entity to follow that direction. The kind of workflow management, I think in some ways, and maybe this gets to your attorney-client privilege concern, is that, I mean, sort of ethically under an attorney-client privilege rule with an entity, if there's a member of the entity, whether it's an officer, an executive, a board member, typically there's somebody that corresponds with the attorney on a regular basis, there's an attorney-client privilege there. But sort of for workflow management, the way we'd been anticipating it was typically like any other member of the leadership team or staff in general, sort of refer legal questions to me through the CEO and kind of maintain that workflow relationship. And I believe we've looked around at other cooperatives that operate their in-house counsel on a similar method. And then as to Britt's question about the ability to give sort of more individualized advice, right? That is, I think, is going to have to be on a case-by-case basis about how well related that is to association business, right? So if you are acting in your representative capacity as part of the association, and that's where the issue is coming from, then I, as the association attorney, would be able to work with you on that, right? If it's a more individual thing, someone has made an issue with you personally because I am an attorney for the association itself, I might I might not. There is a line out there somewhere, but generally, as long as things are related to your work with the association, I can assist with that. Does that answer the questions for both of you?
Can I follow up, please?
Yes.
So I think you said from a attorney-client privilege, there's not an issue that if the board says, hey, this is between us, then you don't take it back to the other side of the company. Did you say that?
Well, that's okay. That's a little perhaps more nuanced, right? So you're talking about sort of a conflict between the board and the staff?
Let me give you an example. So we have an oversight responsibility. In fact, it's our big responsibility. And part of that oversight responsibility we may at some point need to take some action or understand something about our CEO, right? So our CEO, who works for us, is your boss. So I need to understand, is that when we have to go, at that point we say, you know what, let's just forget the in-house guy, let's go to one of these other attorneys, or are you able to, at least to some, and I don't know where that degree is, are you able to, yes, I can provide advice and counsel on this, and then you'd have to say, you know what, I'm getting uncomfortable with this. This is really hard for me to do. I've got two clients with competing goals here. That's what I need to understand is how segregated can you be? How compartmentalized, I guess is the right word, can you be when you're working for the board and when you're working for operations? Because they may be in conflict.
Yes, I mean, I suppose that's theoretically possible, but we are, the entity is supposed to function through its board, and so I mean I think that hierarchy is reasonably clear, just as a matter of corporate law.
Yeah, and I was trying to think of some examples to help this out, Kirsten and others, because where we would potentially be in conflict is if basically our CEOs want to do one thing and we don't like it and we go want some legal advice on that, what we would do. Well, for one thing, the CEO works for us. So it's hard to imagine that would occur. If she goes off into doing something we don't like, we just pass a motion, say, quit doing it. Boom. And if she doesn't do it, well, then we act on a 30-day notice in her contract and get another CEO. So I was trying to think of an example of how this works, and there probably are some examples where I couldn't think of them, and there are no doubt some examples where we're going to want to hold our privilege to get outside counsel. So that had to do with the second thing I put down here, is I don't want to have to put the board in the position to all of a sudden go out and have to start shopping for a lawyer. I want there to be a short list with some specifications put down that would give us an ability to more quickly shop for a lawyer should we need one. And who knows, maybe Baines Bradford would be one of those people, knowing that it's probably not going to be tribal stuff or whatever. It's probably going to be more internal stuff, should that ever arise. But we have to maintain our independence to have our own counsel when we need it. However, we also have to keep in mind that the CEO works for us, and if there's something she's doing that we don't like, we stop it. Okay, there's quite a few hands up. After that little spiel, I will go on with Tim next. Tim, go ahead.
Really, I'm next. I thought there were others behind me, but and so they may answer my question. I just want to point out that I'm a strong advocate for the board having its own attorney, independent attorney, and it has nothing to do with the performance of either of the current attorneys on this call. Just to be clear, I think that the board needs to have its own counsel, and I see this as a step towards reestablishing that. So I'm very focused on item 3 in this, where we will do another review and look at this and so forth. I mean, I think there can be other conflicts, for example, conflict of time and availability. You know, a staff attorney position, what is the priority in terms of applying the attorney's resource or effort and so forth towards the person that provides their review, or towards the person that or the board who might need that and see a different prioritization, right? And sometimes those things happen real time, and you don't, you know, we get together on a monthly basis and we have 10 days before we encounter a you know, to put something on an agenda before we can encounter that issue. So I appreciate, Wes, we can, as a board, we direct the CEO when that is necessary, but there are lots of timing issues, and typically they're fast paced in a potential legal situation. So I'm a firm proponent for board having its independent attorney, and I want to point that out here. I don't think I have a motion that's different, Britt, in this case. I'm willing to accept this because of the circumstances, but I view that as a sort of stopgap rather than a permanent solution. Thanks.
All right. Shay, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify a couple of things from our perspective. You know, whenever you talk about who the client is always, as Graham pointed out, the organization. And so there aren't separate clients being staff and board. And I recognize that that you may not be saying client from the perspective of individual matters, that kind of thing. And that it's more of a, you know, who's your master kind of concern. But just for clarity, you know, the whether it's me, somebody else, third party, or Graham, the client is still the organization. And as Brett pointed out, the organization is run by the board. And if you don't like what's going on with the CEO, that kind of thing, it's not a function of a battle between two clients. It's direction to your CEO. So whenever you talk to Graham and saying, you know, we want to talk about a situation, I think that the main situation where you're going to have a concern over what Graham can advise you on would be a staff level or an HR level matter. And whenever you're dealing with that, I think that, you know, Graham would personally have to determine whether or not he's comfortable representing you whenever it deals with a staff HR matter in that discussion, and you may need outside counsel from a perspective of just his comfort level. But I think that you can say, look, this is something that is HR related, it's employee related, and so therefore it's not to be disclosed outside of this discussion. And I think that he can honor that. It may just be a personal comfort level. So if you were going to go into executive session to talk about the CEO and you needed advice from Graham from a legal perspective, he should be able to say, you know, this is between the board and I'm providing you advice from that perspective.
And if I could just comment on that for 1 second, I think to sort of bridge Shay's comments and Director Wheeler's comments, I think that comfort level can flow both ways. And so if the board is not comfortable with asking me a question like that, the board is, the entity is my client, and if the client doesn't feel comfortable referring a question to me and wants to go elsewhere, I absolutely respect that as well. So.
Okay, then Graham, my thought on number 2, which was getting this, we would, of course, we don't direct you, and that's another thing. We talk to you directly, but we know you work for Jessica, but during these meetings, we're not gonna ask Jessica every time to ask you. We'd be going directly to you like this. Number 2 would probably be you who would be putting together this list of local attorneys with some words about how we would help us pick them. Is that a reasonable request?
I feel comfortable putting together the memorandum that you've requested in item number 2.
Okay, we have some further discussion. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, just kind of curious, Graham, because I know you just got going, and so would this be just rolled into your standing position with LPA, or is this like thinking about the time constraint, is this added hours on top? And then I think also, yeah, I'll start there and then I'll follow up.
The way we sort of anticipated this is that there's kind of a workflow element of this that is not dissimilar to the way we do staff workflow with, the finance department or, grid services or whatever, where it's sort of what we evaluate if a request is sort of in line with the standard work that we're producing and or if something, is sort of out of left field for lack of a better word, and sort of try and control workflow that way. I mean, I will say that, the board decisions have a very big impact on what staff does day to day. So, I've been involved on a staff level, and I either am a attendee or virtually attending all of the committee meetings, all the board meetings, reviewing, pretty much everything that comes back and forth through here. So I feel like I have a pretty good handle on the workflow that's coming from the board. But, that said, I don't know what, board members are going directly to Shay with at this point. So, I mean, there might be, other than reviewing her, monthly attorney reports, there might be quite a bit that you go directly to her with, but I will know that pretty much everything that you do on a policy basis or a direction basis that comes to staff, I'm already looking at. So it's not going to be, it's not like it's not something I already do.
The only additional things I'm able to think of that would be if it's anything related to conflict of interest and a board member is not sure about it, they should go talk to our attorney, and that would be something he wouldn't normally be dealing with. I think the personal stuff, that's probably rare. It may happen, to one director every 3 or 4 years, but probably not a big deal. Is there any more discussion on this? If not, I'm gonna look for somebody to try and make a motion, either to pick all 3 of these items or to do them one at a time or whatever you so choose. Rachel, go ahead.
I apologize about this. It's just, and I know we had time to review this, but I know Graham just got started and I didn't, right, we're talking about bringing someone in to fill a certain capacity, and I don't, it's if we were to hire for this, we'd be reviewing them and checking references and this and that and the next thing. And so part of me just wants to know, and I know this is not a question we can ask right here, but like, how's Graham been doing? Would you recommend he step into this role? That sort of thing. And so that does just keep pinging as we talk about kind of just rolling this in through April at least.
Yeah, and of course that was some of my thoughts as well, and that's why I wanted to put that item down there on April. You might say this is a trial period, if you will, but we were, it's a short term. It would be, we could take it on to try and find our own attorney, but over the holidays and by New Year's, it's just not a very good idea. And the biggest things we're dealing with are being dealt with by Matt Larson right now, I would say, which we have this outside counsel. So yes, it's put us in this spot, but I think it's a good workable solution. And if we need more information to be comfortable at the April board meeting, even, we should ask for it. We should say, we want your references, we want your resume, we want your curriculum, whatever we want. We can ask for that and be ready to review that in the April meeting. Part of it will be how he's done during these meetings. Does he speak fast enough or does he hesitate too much? That kind of stuff. We'll give him some feedback too. Okay, next is Joe Lewandowski. Joe, go ahead.
Britt, I mean, do we really need a motion on this? I mean, we're going to be discussing it in April. We kind of know what the situation is right now. I guess I don't really see anything formal we have to do at this point. So I'll just throw that out.
Well, let me ask Shay about that. She's the one who should be able to comment on what would happen now that she's not there. And do we need to have, and I remember there's something about one of the policies that may have said something about our attorney. So might be something there. Shay, do you have any information on this?
And bear with me, I'm going to look at policy, I think it's 119.
Yeah.
So we revised the 119 to have a board attorney and a staff attorney, and then basically the gist is that both attorneys get directed as necessary. So Joe's right, you don't necessarily have to have a motion approving this plan. The thing I will say is that if you want a record of what you're wanting to do, then put together a motion so that you know where you're headed. If you have any concerns about why we're going to do what we're going to do, put together a motion. But yeah, it's not required, because it's basically just you're directing the attorneys as necessary.
All right. Dan Huntington, go ahead.
Yes, I don't know anything about Graham's background or anything, but corporate law is cooperative law is different than regular business law and whatnot. How much time are you going to have to spend, Graham, to get up to speed on this cooperative law? There's a lot of things we ask usually once or twice a meeting. Shay has to answer some questions about that. So anyway, just curious on your background in cooperative law.
I will be frank that before I came to work here, I didn't work with cooperatives specifically, but I worked with a lot of nonprofit organizations that have relatively similar statutory rules that govern them. I mean, there are some things that are unique to cooperatives, and there are some other things that are unique to electric cooperatives specifically. I mean, I do know where to locate them. There are quite a few resources available. Thankfully, the association has paid for me to be a member of the Electric Cooperative Bar Association. CREA has a lot of good network. I understand, that in the current situation, it's hard to go to conferences and get up to speed on that, but hopefully in the near future, that will be something that's available. But I think, I have access to a lot and sufficient resources to allow me to do this.
As I recall, Shay, there was a mailing list of cooperative attorneys that you participate in. Is Graham been made aware of that, and is he participating in it?
Yes, whenever we met, I tried to direct him to all of the various listservs that I'm a part of. And I believe that, and Graham can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that he's signed up for those and is part of the listservs and has access to the same resources that I have. I also tried to visit with him about the various specific cooperative statutes and make sure that he was aware of those. I think he already was, but just making sure that he was aware of where to go to get answers and that sort of thing. And so we have had several conversations about resources that are available for co-op specific issues so that he's up to speed.
Yeah, and in general, of course, Jessica hired him to be the cooperative staff lawyer. So cooperative is his new life. So he's got to figure all this stuff out independent of whether he's on the board or not, or working with the board attorney. We've got a few more hands up. Tim, go ahead.
Thanks, Britt. I'll make a motion that given the resignation of MBSS as our board attorney effective, I guess, December 31st, that starting January 1st, the LPEA board will use the services of our LPEA staff attorney as the LPEA board attorney consistent with policy 119, that we direct the new, or the staff attorney to provide a legal memorandum updated, well, a legal memorandum provided at the January board meeting with a selected list of local attorneys or law firms available should additional counsel be needed. And an agenda item will be added to the April board meeting to review the continuing viability of the arrangement of utilizing the staff attorney as the board attorney. Covers your-
Okay. Yeah, so Tim has made the motion removing updated annually, which makes sense from the 3 items that are there. So anybody doing the minutes could paste those in more or less. Is there a second on that motion?
Yeah, a second, Joe.
Joe seconds it. Now, is there discussion on that motion? Rachel, go ahead.
Oops. Yeah, I was just gonna propose a an amendment, if you will. So that bullet point 3, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way we can get some more, like talk to Graham, get those references, talk to Shay, understand how much co-op law matters, etc. Where we would just review this in January, because I know we need someone now to carry us through to the board meeting. So,
And Rachel, just briefly, the reason I had put it off a few months is because I wanted to have some time with them to see how it was working. I don't know that we've had that yet. So that was my concern about, we can review, we can certainly make a motion amendment like that to get him to send us all of his stuff. I don't think we need to put it in motion. We could ask, direct the CEO to tell him to give us his background information if you'd like that.
okay, I'll withdraw.
All right, but there's been a request, and I think it's reasonable, Jessica, that some directors would like to see Graham's background information as references, and just as convenient before the next board meeting, we would like to see those. And those will be partly how we'll be reviewing him to decide if we want to continue with this in April. Appreciate that, Rachel. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, at that April meeting, I'd also like to maybe hear about how other co-ops are handling this situation. Personally, I don't see why we need, 2 attorneys. So if staff, Jessica, if maybe you could bring some stuff forward to explain how this is done elsewhere, and maybe Tim, if you wouldn't mind maybe expounding a little bit more at that meeting about why I still don't understand why you're saying the board needs its own attorney. So I'd just like to hear more about that in more detail.
All right, so we'll continue this discussion further. And I know, Joe, that Jessica has already gone out and done some homework on that, so she can do some more, and I think she'll be well ready at the April meeting to say, here's what some other co-ops are doing. That would be good. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, this was just for that January presentation of information. I think the most relevant piece to me, or where there's like information I could use, is just the staff's any feedback they have about working with Graham and their thoughts on this particular scenario. That would just be probably the most helpful and relevant.
Okay, that would be something like would be done in executive session, would be a staff discussion of staff and how it's working out so far, sort of thing. If you want to get that added to executive session for January, remind me of that again, and I'll toss it around and think about it, and quite possibly we could do that. It shouldn't be too difficult if we choose to. So I'll let that lie for the moment. Any more discussion on this motion that has 3 elements to it? All those in favor of this motion that is basically written down on page 96 regarding our board attorney, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Please unmute and let me know. Any other abstentions? All right, we have our marching plans for what we're going to do regarding our board attorney. Thank you for that discussion. Let's see, the time is 12:09. I think that's a good time to take a lunch break. We're slightly ahead of where we wanted to be. Good. So let's take about a half an hour lunch break. So let's look at getting ready and to go again about 12:40. if that would do for everybody. So with that said, let's drop off and put up a "we're on break" sign, and I'll see you in about half an hour. Thank you.
Thanks for the heads up.
Okay, if you're out there, start turning your videos back on. Gee, Jerry, nice hat.
Thanks.
Oh, that was quick. I hope eating that fast isn't getting anybody indigestion. Well, let's see if we can go ahead and make some more progress on our agenda. The next item that is there is director travel and training requests. Not much travel going on, but there have been some training requests. So at this time, I want to know if any other directors have travel or training requests that the board can approve.
Britt, this is Tim. I don't know what CREA will do for their annual meeting, which is usually in February. But I wonder two things about that. One is, do we need to appoint a delegate here soon? And also, it'd be nice to know what they plan. And so that we could, give approval for that. Maybe Holly knows, because there might be usually there's a fee associated with it, and travel costs and all that. And so I'd just like to understand that a little better.
Okay, Holly, so go ahead.
I believe that they're slating the annual meeting for March 9th, and it's going to be held virtually.
March 9th, okay. They often have classes associated with that. So it sounds like we would have plenty of time to approve those ahead of time if it was then.
Right. There's a delegate vote or appointment. There's usually a fee for attending their conference. So I don't know whether there will be virtually or not. And then there's, any training that might go along with it. Any info you can dig up for that would be great.
I'll find out for you, Tim, and let you know.
Great. Thank you, Holly.
Okay. I don't see anybody who's got any travel or training. Of course, I guess December with holidays upon us, it's less likely to have those things going on now anyway. So there aren't any to approve. So if we've got any actual director expenses that you can tell us about and we can approve, Tim, that would be good.
Yeah, I have this really handy spreadsheet that the finance department has been really wonderful in helping to complete. So hopefully we'll get it accurate. I also sent out an email to everybody kind of describing the need to send in an expense report and who to copy while we wait for the executive assistant replacement with Karis gone. She used to help me a lot with this. So I wanted to just get that out before the board meeting. And Nadine has also been really helpful. Any mistakes here are my own, probably not staff. And if you have questions, feel free to send me an email or copy Nadine as well. Okay, so we have this monthly board meeting. All 12 directors are present. So that's a monthly stipend and the monthly board meeting. Which is a 14,400. Finance and Audit Committee meeting had 4 directors, Director Bassett, Lynch, Skihan, and myself. Half day, 125 each. Roundup board meeting had Director Skihan and Lewandowski, half day per diem, 125 each. There was the CREA board meeting for 3 half days, it looks like, at 375 for Director Metzler. There was no committee of the whole meeting. There was not a policy committee meeting, so 0 on those 2. There was a broadband committee meeting. That was myself, Director Skihan, and Director Metzler, half day, 125 each. And directors, okay, all right, that's not, you weren't not a member. Well, you were a member actually of that Finance and Audit Committee meeting, I just realized. But I believe, so maybe that's a full day for you, 200 rather than 2 half days. Director Skihan, let's see. We had a board retreat, no board retreat committee meeting in December, so nothing on that. Director Lynch attended as the Tri-State Special Member Meeting Representative, half day per diem, 125. There were some individual director discretionary education classes. Director McWilliams had 4 half days, 2 classes, I believe, of 2 days each, at 125 each, plus a fee for the class itself. Director Skihan had 2 half-day classes, 125 each. There's also undoubtedly a fee for that class as well. Let's see. There was.
Oh, excuse me, Tim. The CREA class did not have the fee. The only one did was the NRECA one.
Okay. Hey, thanks for that clarification, Sue. Let's see. Director Lee was also in a course, a rate making course. Let's see. And there was a question, Director Lee, on that you had put down the same day for 2 half days. And I did send you an email a little earlier to try and clarify that. But if those were both on,
it was the second and third, same as Sue and Kristen.
okay, so it was 2 half days rather than 1
Yeah.
day. Okay, so just the date was on. So that's 225 each half days. And then there's also a gift card reimbursement for Karis. I hope I'm not letting anything out of the bag here, cat out of the bag, but on public time. But we did do a gift card reimbursement, which the directors were able to deduct from their per diem in December. There were 10 directors that participated in that at varying levels. That was paid for by myself. I delivered that card to Nadine, who is sending it to Karis, and that reimbursement is for $600. So I believe that is everything that we have to report at this point. And so if somebody wants to make a motion to approve those.
Tim, this is Joe. Quick question. So is that's coming right out of our per diem then, right? We don't have to do anything. We don't have to send you anything.
No, you don't have to send me anything. The finance department was very gracious in saying that the amount that you sent to me, and I gave them a spreadsheet of all that, they will deduct it from the December per diem, I believe.
Great.
So you'll see a slightly lower per diem based on that if you contributed. Thank you to the finance department.
So Kohler will move to approve the expenses.
Okay, we have a motion by Kohler to approve the expenses that are listed by Tim. Is there a second?
I'll second that. It's Bob.
Bob will second it. Any discussion? Rachel, go ahead.
I just have a comment to make after this passes.
Oh, after the motion, okay. Any more discussion on this motion? All those in favor of approving these expenses, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed? And any abstentions? All right, that passed unanimously. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I meant to bring this up earlier, and it just kind of pinged again, but and this, I think just making sure that for committees, really thinking through when topics should be committee topic versus full board topic. And I think, perhaps we're going to recycle everything that got brought up in finance and audit committee around power supply. I know you all needed that. And that one just seems like it's such a whole board piece where we all really need deep understanding of something, that to put it in committee, like I had to take work off, to do that. So just something to be aware of. Again, maybe that's moot because we'll do it all again in executive session today, but just a thought. You're muted, Britt.
The big advantage probably in doing it in that is that it eliminates some of the things we aren't going to discuss. But you're right, we will have to look again once we get more precise financial figures for the board to hear them and make a final decision on what to do, if anything, on any of those partial things. But I hear what you're saying. Sometimes we will have to decide what should be done in a committee versus what in meetings. But clearly the committees have helped speed these meetings up a great deal. So far, so good. Okay, back to the agenda. We're moving along. We've got the expenses approved. And we think Matt's going to come on at about 12:30. So we have time to continue to get a few of the other things off the agenda. We can then jump down to the attorney report. And as we've done in the past for these reports, what we're doing now is just asking whomever's responsible for the report, in this case, it's still Shay, to give us some highlights and then to take questions on it. So Shay, if you're out there, yes, I see you. Could you give us any highlights on your report and then see if there's questions on it? What page is that report?
Sure. And I'm sorry, I don't know the pages. I pull things up differently, so I don't have that.
I got it, 101, the December 2020 Attorney's Report. So Shay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have on pending matters. The big thing, as you've already discussed, is that this is our last meeting. And so we have been working with staff to make sure we hand things over, trying to ensure that the transition moves smoothly. And I think that we'll continue to work on that as long as is needed to ensure that staff has what they need going forward. So on a personal note, I'd like to thank you for the time that you've had, and I wish you all the best.
Well, and certainly if we were not all COVID cooped up, this would be a great opportunity to have a party, but we're not likely to get that done. I certainly would like to say thanks to your firm and you in particular for all the good attitude, friendly responses, and general pleasantness that we've gone through in a lot of difficult times for sure as well. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Hopefully we'll still see you around town here and there. And who knows if we need to have any special things come up in the future, we won't be seeing you again. So thank you from me. There's a few other hands up. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, virtual hugs to Shay. Thank you so much. It's been great working with you. Secondly, I do have a question for something in your report. It's concerning the Pagosa Springs franchise agreement. I think of franchise agreements as a way for municipalities to collect an extra tax via their electric company. So basically, we collect money for them, basically. And I don't like them because of that. Can you talk at all about how this is structured, and if it is indeed just what it is, it's going to be a pass-through. We collect the money, we give it to the town. We don't get any benefit.
Sure. So the reason for the franchise agreement, and there is a method and a reason for the madness. You know, whenever we are dealing with a system in the town, you have easements that run across people's land, and that allows you to do certain things across their land. Whenever you're in the town, you're running your lines across city roads, city easements, things like that. And you are going to be at certain points in time disrupting the flow of traffic, disrupting the city's easements, and also disrupting their processes and the other services they have in place. And in order to coordinate that and make sure that that process runs smoothly, the franchise agreement provides some of the backbone and framework for doing that. It also provides some repayment for the city's infrastructure that is being disrupted during those processes as well. So that's really kind of the reason why you have a franchise agreement, is to set up a way to do work within the city or town limits without having to continually go to planning or something like that to get approval of those processes. And so that's really what this agreement does and what its purpose is. Now, along with that is the collection of a franchise tax, and that is a pass-through to the town residents. The town sets those, and we have very little control over the amount that's something that the town residents would need to take up with, you know, their governance body with respect to whether or not it's too high, too low, that kind of thing. But what that does is that provides a direct pass through of those expenses. If we didn't have a franchise agreement in place, it really is unfair to the rest of the membership, because the franchise agreement sets forth a structure for providing fees associated with doing work within the town. Before, whenever we just have a fee associated with that the town charges us, you pay that, and you don't have a pass through to the members that it is directly benefiting. It just gets spread across all of the membership. And so this creates the direct benefit correlation that we don't otherwise have. The last thing I'll say about this is that, you know, the franchise agreement is something that the town has a requirement in its charter and in its regulations, similar to what the city of Durango has. There's a requirement to have a franchise agreement. This has been a hole that has been in place for quite a while that needs to be filled. in order for the town to be in compliance with its regulations as well. So that's another reason why we're doing this, is to comply with what the town requires. Does that help?
On that one, that's very, very helpful as far as the agreement part of it. I guess it's the tax part of it that LPEA kind of becomes the bad guy, because that tax part shows up on our bill. And
right.
So yes, they can take it up with town of what the amount is, but they don't take it up with town. They call our CSRs and say, why am I paying this? And so that's where that rub is it's a bloody tax. We become tax collectors. What do we get for doing that and for dealing with the pain of being a tax collector?
Kirsten, won't the Pagosa City people have to vote on that for this to occur? It's got to be a vote, positive. Am I right about that?
Yes. Yeah, it has to go through Tabor. You can't put a tax up in Colorado without a vote of the people.
Well,
And
in
when
the franchise agreement anyway, it's got to be voted on. I remember in Durango, it was voted down because there was people in Durango wanted to use it as a bit of a lever to try and get some more progress, you might say, in renewable energy stuff. So there had to be some changes in the language made, and then it passed the second time. So be aware it can be used for that. But that's, Kirsten, if you have a problem with the fee, you know, the city people have got to pass it, and if each city could demand and not pass it or make it different if they don't like it.
Okay, so this is with the town, which has about 400 voters in it, and not with the county. Then is that correct, Shay?
Yeah, and I'm looking at Graham because he's touched this more recently than I have, but my recollection is this is the franchise agreement with the town of Pagosa, so it only impacts the town. Yeah, seen a head nod, yeah. So it's just a franchise fee that's imposed on the town, and it's just for doing work within the boundaries of the town. And you know, this is something that would be useful to update our CSRs with, to make sure that they're up to speed on the reasoning, that kind of thing. But it's a function of we are being charged fees from the town for doing certain things within the boundaries. And so this just moves those fees from being spread across the membership and being hidden in the rate to being something that's specific for the members that it's actually benefiting.
Right, and just to give some context, this happens all over the US. So when I was with Snohomish County, we had 32 cities we were serving. All 32 of those cities charged us different fees. And so it's just a, you know, normal course of doing business, which is unfortunate.
Well, we ought to be able to take 0.1% for accounting exercise on it, accounting effort on it, it seems, but we don't.
Yeah, % for collecting sales tax, so we should. So one thing, Shay or Graham, or maybe this is just an open complaint, is that many, if not most, of our members that pay electricity bills in the town of Pagosa Springs do not have the ability to vote in the town of Pagosa Springs because they don't live there. They don't live there, but they have a business there, so they're going to be paying this tax on it that they will not have had a chance to vote on. So this isn't your problem. It's becoming my problem, I guess. That's it. Thanks, bye.
I do recall hearing that same complaint in Durango, because the same thing, a lot of business owners will end up paying it and they didn't get to vote on it either. So it is strange circumstances. Next on the list is Joe. So Joe, if you'd go ahead.
Yeah, can you talk about the item with Director Wheeler and the conflict discussion?
Sure. And so Director Wheeler was nice enough to meet with Graham and I to talk about concerns over participation in broadband committee. So Director Wheeler is the LPEA board member on Fast Track. And as such, Fast Track is also considering how to deal with Senate Bill 107, what could be potential benefits for Fast Track with the implementation of that bill, that sort of thing. And Broadband Committee is also talking about that from LPEA's perspective and how do we want to address 107. And so the concern is does Director Wheeler have a conflict sitting on both boards? Remember, it's that stacked hat analogy that we talk about. And is there an opportunity for him to still participate and learn that information while sitting in on the executive session of Broadband Committee? And so we met to discuss that and to discuss options for him to continue to participate fully in Broadband Committee, given the potential concerns. Is that good or?
Well, my question is, I mean, we own part of Fast Track, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're an owner. I guess I'm just not seeing where there would be a conflict of an owner of a company not being able to participate in, a subsidiary's meeting.
Sure. And Director Wheeler brought up this point too, and we acknowledged in our meeting with him that we are taking a conservative viewpoint on a potential conflict and trying to address this from a conservative place. So the potential, even though Fast Track is majority owned by LPEA, it does have a separate board, a separate executive director, and is separately governed. And so as part of that, there could be a situation where there is a conflict between what is best for Fast Track versus what is best for LPEA. And so in that circumstance, we thought that it would be beneficial to address this concern and put in place agreements so that those potential concerns could be covered in the event that there was a conflict between the two entities.
Okay, thanks. And thank you for all your work. I know I've been truculent in my demeanor often. I'm sorry. And I want to thank you for including the item on former Director Montoya not disclosing a conflict, that you included that in your report.
Thank you.
Okay, Bob Lynch, you're up next. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to take a minute and thank Shay for her great work. It was always a pleasure working with her. She always inspired confidence and gave me a great feeling of support, and always appreciated her thoughtful advice and considered way of looking into things thoroughly. So I want to thank you, and I really wish you the best with you and your family and your work in your firm down the road. So all the best to you.
Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to echo what Bob said and just add that in addition to Shay and, the sound and thoughtful advice you've given us as an attorney, I also want to thank your firm, which I guess has been with with LPEA for a very, very, very long time. So I think that's it's remarkable, and I want to express appreciation for that. But I also have a couple questions on your report. I can't get away without that, I guess, this month. So one is on the Progressive Springs franchise agreement. Does the board of the LPEA need to approve that, or is that approval at the CEO level?
That would be something that would be approved by the board, and it's been a long time since we dealt with this, and we had it at a point where we thought it was done, and it went back to Pagosa and sat there for a very long time. So I will have to dig back and make sure that we didn't already approve it subject to legal review. But at the end of the day, execution of it would need to be approved by the board. All
right. So it may have been already approved.
Maybe.
Yeah. But yeah, we should know that, I think. At some point here, if it might be upcoming. I also appreciated your note at the end of your report that that various kinds of files will be made available as needed. And since it's a law firm, I have to ask the question: is there any charge for that? Is there a schedule of fees or anything that might be incurred as we go through that, or is that? I'm just curious about that.
And thank you for asking that. So we've been going through and trying to move our files to electronic, but as you've said, we've got 50 years worth of LPA files, and a lot of them are down in the basement and probably are more mulch than file at this point. So the ones that we've been able to scan, we are turning those over and won't have a charge. We're not charging our assistants for the work that they're doing, moving things over, that kind of stuff. If you did want to go through and scan or copy all of the mulch that's down there, I think we'd need to charge you for copies, because that would be a lot. We'd probably seek to use a service for either scanning or copying that, because I don't think that I've got enough staff to be able to run through all of those. But that would be the only situation where we would charge you, would be for the actual expenses that we would incur in getting those copied.
Well, thank you for that answer, and thank you also for the effort to put it into electronic form at no charge for us. Appreciate that, and clarification is good. That's my questions. Thanks very much, Shay. We'll miss you. I will miss you on the board.
Thank you.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I think one question I had was about tree trimming, and not actually anything specific to the dispute mentioned in the packet, but more so it's just a question about when we have contractors, what's the process that staff uses when you choose to hire those processors to ensure that they're reflecting kind of the customer service and communication standards that, you know, if we were to send our own crews out, we'd be hoping for? Basically that they're upholding that code of excellence and really being a desired face of LPA.
Sure, I will let Jerry answer that because his team manages the tree trimming crews.
So it's a continuing learning process, and not just for our contractors, but for us as well. Since we just implemented the Code of Excellence company-wide, it's not only taking us time, but it's taking longer to feed down to our contractors. Toby, our line superintendent, who is in charge of the tree crews, he's been going the extra mile to help coach the owner operator, and he has been giving him tips. And I mentioned this to the leadership team, a couple months ago, that it's the bad comments and the angry customers that we notice. But for every single one of those, we have a dozen letters of appreciation for our tree trimming crew. And I really strongly support how they operate. I have personally been involved with some of their operations, and their customer service, I mean, they go the extra mile. They really do. And it is a continued process, and it's going to be, but hopefully we all get on the same page, and we're always going to run into problems. It's a thankless job.
Tree trimming is also tough because it's going to be very personal. Somebody loves a tree, but it happens to be partly on a line or something. I know it's a tough one. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just going to say, thanks for pointing that out, Jerry. You're right. Like, we only see these flashy ones. So thanks for that. And
Rachel, were you copied on that recent email about tree trimming? That's, came through us. It's still to be answered. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the only other thing, I did just want to follow up and thank Shay personally for all your service and work with us. And I would invite you, if there's any feedback you have for us as a board about how best, I don't know, if there's anything in there about how we could support future attorneys moving forward that would help us, at least from my end, I would love that feedback and welcome you to send it an email. So thanks.
Okay, anything else on the attorney report? All right, then we're going to go on to the direct reports, and this would be, again, highlights and questions on these reports. That's the Roundup Foundation, the Tri-State Fast Track CRA, and West United. So I'm going to just ask any director who made a report, is there anything that you would like to highlight in your report? Please do so. Please raise your hand and highlight that, and then we'll see if we've got any discussion. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight on the Roundup report that Betsy is our new director on that committee from District 4, and I see that she's also in our attendee list, or at least she was a minute ago. Yep, she's still there, so this is also a good chance for us to thank her for her time on ESC. And Betsy, there's a card coming for you, too, which we did earlier in the meeting. So that's it for the Roundup.
All right. Kohler, go ahead.
The only thing I want to mention is that I put a lot of documents on the drive that come from Tri-State, and I need to remind everybody that that's confidential. It doesn't go outside the door. You don't have access to it through the Tri-State website. I can get that and bring it over for you to review, but you are not able to share it. So please keep that in mind when you're going over those documents. If there is one you'd like to use, you can ask me to ask Tri-State. But the way it stands right now, those are confidential. So just a reminder, please. Thank you.
All right. Tim, go ahead.
Right. One is that the basin report didn't have a name on it, and so I would ask that anyone who submits a report put their name somewhere in there. I'm not sure who. I can't remember who the basin rep was. And okay, Kirsten, thanks. So maybe in the future we could ask them to somehow show who the author is when they write a report. I think that'd be helpful. I'd like to just highlight on the Fast Track that Fast Track did participate in a, and I think I mentioned this before, what's called an RDOF auction. It's from the large pool of money from the FCC, Rural Development Opportunity Fund. There was like $16 billion worth of funds for rural broadband development. And it's a very odd auction. It's called a reverse auction, in which they're trying to find the lowest bidder in terms of doing coverage in a particular area. So you start at a price and keep going down until either somebody beats you or you actually win it. There were 8 winning bidders in all of Colorado from this large pool, with about $250 million in grants going to 8 different companies for just Colorado out of that's close to 16 billion. I think there were some unutilized funds as well, so it may not have been a full 16 billion that was handed out. That will go into another auction later. This was the first time that Fast Track or anyone, I think, in La Plata County had participated in an auction like this. And Fast Track learned a lot. They got pretty close, had to put a lot of time and energy into doing this, and did not receive it. Unfortunately, the largest funds went to CenturyLink and Starlink, which are these private companies as well. And the balance were a number of companies that we weren't very familiar with, that management wasn't very familiar with at Fast Track. One of them, though, was a consortium of electric co-ops that won a contract in Colorado that that actually was on one of the areas that Fast Track was bidding them on. And it's not, I've been trying to find information, as well as Fast Track has as well, about the nature of which co-op was in there. But I think it's sort of suggested to me that there's possibility to obtain some of these funds, but it might be something in which a co-op like LPEA might have a greater chance than Fast Track over time. So I just point that out. That's something we can all take up at the broadband committee or whatever, or in other discussions with Fast Track. But I wanted to point out we were trying to get better broadband here. We didn't make the grant funding element of it, and we'll try again later. Thank you.
Okay, Holly Metzler, you're up next.
Great, thank you. For Western United, we did not have a board meeting, but there's been a development in the cable cutting operation, and they are anticipating getting the faulty hydraulic part next week. Excuse me. and it should be installed sometime right around the first part of the year, and the training should commence shortly thereafter, and they're hoping that the cable cutting operation will be ready for benefiting our members, everybody's membership, sometime in the first quarter of next year. CREA, we had a guest speaker this month, Kathleen Stacks of Western Freedom. And the thing that I'm mentioning about this organization is it's new, and they're working on building large energy users and a variety of stakeholders to work to develop an RTO for the Western United States. And they're specifically looking at starting in the Four Corners area as a potential for a good spot to start working on that. So that caught my attention. And then we talked several times, there were several mentionings in this board meeting about wildfire. And so that is one piece that CREA is working very hard on. They've been developing a wildfire legislation that would clearly define hazardous trees and how to, go about getting them removed out of the easements, and as well as requiring a fire plan, wildfire mitigation plan to be developed. So that has been forwarded to be brought forward in this next legislative session. And it kind of goes in coordination with federal level as well, that's being considered, that would give grant monies to applicants for cooperatives who do have wildfire mitigation plans already developed. So those were the things that I wanted to bring specifically to you guys.
Holly, I've got a question about a couple of things. On one, Kathleen Stacks, did she say what position she used to have? Wasn't she in the Colorado government somewhere at one time?
Yeah, she was, Britt, and she was also a part of Guzman Energy as well, which I thought was interesting. So I did include in my report on that a link to that organization. It looks like to me, I've gone and looked at the website, and it looks like to me it was just developed this year. That's about all I can tell you on that.
It sounds as if they will have a different idea and perhaps would be competing with Tri-State, because Tri-State was looking for an RTO with the Southwest Power Pool, but they're looking for something independent, different for everybody else, it sounds like.
Yeah, the long-term goal, it looks like, is to try to get all 11 Western United States in on this, is what she is saying. She did also mention that it would be difficult to get like California on board because of their politics right now. So it's pretty new.
Okay, interesting. Joe Lewandowski, you're up next. Unmute, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple things on back to Roundup. Kirsten really did a lot of work on our non-discrimination policy. I hope you've taken a look at it. So I want to thank Kirsten again for doing all that work. And just one note in there, in that first paragraph, there's a line that says, it's, let me see, 1, 2, 3, fourth line down, starts with the word expression. Expression or any other characteristic protected by state or local law. We added federal, state, and local law in there too. So just a heads up, we're getting that corrected in the minutes too, or wherever it needs to be corrected. So thanks.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, just had a couple questions, and I don't know if you want me just to do one of the questions for one of the reports and then let other people
just
go.
one first, one report, and jump the next
So this
one.
does actually have to do with the Roundup group. So I did see your inclusion policy, which was awesome. So great work on that. It'll be interesting to see when you have federal, state, and local laws conflict, as we recently saw coming out of the federal government. So that'll be an interesting one to navigate when it comes to inclusion. But what I was curious about was someone recently asked me if the renewable project grant, if we have any sense of whether or not that will open up again in 2021. And I know that's not Roundup, but I forgot to ask earlier. So it kind of ties in because they managed it for us, didn't they? So any sense of that?
Of course, that's up to us to make it happen. Staff will inform us of how much money is available in there. I recall seeing now that there's sort of a spreadsheet that's keeping that up to date. Does somebody recall roughly how much money is in that?
Carl had looked at it. We had this conversation a while ago, so he would have that, and maybe what we'll have to do is come back to you. He'll have to look it up. We'll get back
Not
to
critical, but you're right. We should get that on the agenda at some point to decide what we're going to do, if we want to do anything with it. And if so, make it available to the public again, because it's probably built up enough now to be enough to consider. I see Dan shaking his head, so he's probably looked at it as well. So appreciate you bringing that up. Rachel, is there more?
I'll let others ask questions if they have them.
All right, we've got Kohler up next. Go ahead.
This is for them on Fast Track, and I know this information is confidential, so I won't use any numbers, but I have a question on the comparative statement of operations. And you have the non-operating income and expenses, and that amount was very large compared to budget and very large compared to last year. What falls into the non-operating income and expenses?
Could you tell me what page you're on there?
Yeah, I'm on page 127 of 148.
Let me find it here.
So it's down under other income expense.
Not quite sure. I'll have to I probably have asked and been told the answer to that question before, but it doesn't spring to the top of my mind here. Non-operating income and expenses. It could be things like deposits or something like that, and potentially they do construction similar to what LPEA does and so forth, where they take and make deposits and things like that. So I don't know, it might be something like that, but that also might just show up on the balance sheet rather than the expense. But I can get an answer for that for you.
Okay, Tim, when you do, you can send it to Kohler and copy the rest of the board, and it'll all maybe help us remember. Okay, I'm surprised there's no questions. I don't know if there's going to be another time, or we were going to look at say anything about the tri-state special meeting, the members. Bob, you didn't specifically raise your hand on that, and I didn't see any questions on it, but I'd like you at least to mention it. This is on page 123. So Bob, if you go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't know if there'd be questions, but I did serve as our representative for that meeting, and it was, I think, rather significant. Rather than repeat it all, I think just the highlights. Of course, the staff there and many of us on the contract committee were recommending that if you were still about at least half your power from Tri-State, you would retain a board seat. And there was a pretty strong movement against that. And as you saw, it wound up with a vote supporting a 65% level in order to retain a board seat. As my commentary was, that's certainly not going to deter me from thinking we should try to get as much of our power as possible away from Tri-State or outside of the Tri-State system. The flavor of the meeting and the flavor of the organization begins to change quite a bit because of the non-utility members. It's a strange thing to have Olson Greenhouse name called to vote on co-op, distribution co-op kinds of issues. So that's really changes things quite a bit, I believe, down the road. And there's no certainty that they won't keep adding those members. I don't know. No one can really declare why there's a benefit other than that allowed them to come under FERC regulation. There's no benefit to any member that I can tell. The hardest questions that I asked about paying out patronage capital to those non-utility members, they were never really answered in terms of what the greenhouse or this Elgin Ranch, I don't even know what kind of operation that is, how or why they can earn patronage capital. The Mieko that sells natural gas, the explanation that they can be rewarded or paid out patronage capital is because they sell gas to Tri-State at below wholesale levels, so they thus enhance Tri-State's margin. Therefore, some of that margin will be given back to them. But how that works in Olson Greenhouse, so if you look them up, they're big giant greenhouses in northern Colorado that sell bedding plants all over the western United States. So I don't think Tri-State's going to be buying a lot of bedding plants, maybe once or twice a year, refresh the garden, but I'm not sure how that will work. But anyway, those are the big takeaways there. The changes to the bylaws and the articles of incorporation they're only being done after the fact to make it look a little better that those non-utility members could be included. It was stated by Ken Reif that will strengthen the case, and that's currently in Adams County now, and they'll be able to say, gee, all of our members think this really was correct under our bylaws and articles of incorporation, but I think they're actually fixing a problem and trying to say it's not a problem, but I believe it was a problem, and the current articles and bylaws really don't suggest that they could bring in non-utility members. So anyway, if there's any other questions or anything else, I'd be glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on with some more questions, but as we hit 1:30, that's when Matt is supposed to be available. So we'll change to that. And if there's still stuff going on with this, we'll take it up after executive session. So with that said, Tim, if you would go on with your question or comment.
Thanks, Brad. My question, you nailed it with the question to Bob to some degree, but I wanted to try and listen in on that meeting, Bob, and I ended up with a schedule conflict and couldn't. But I had asked, you and Matt, what kind of questions you might be able to ask, and I'm not going to go through those here. But I'm just curious of all that. It was an extensive list of questions. I wondered if you were able to, what percentage of those questions were you able to ask, or did anyone else in the membership meeting ask some of those questions rather than us? And if so, were there any answers?
Without going through each of them, Tim, I had that list sitting in front of me, and I believe I asked about 80% of those questions.
Excellent.
And I asked specifically a couple of times to have my question and the answer put in the record on the minutes. So I'll have to see if they actually get in there. If on the last, for instance, on the last topic, like the bylaws, I asked 2 or 3 questions about that. I don't have those questions in front of me now, but I was following Matt's list. And I was the only one asking questions. United made a blanket statement that they thought that the actions on the amendments to the bylaws and the articles was completely inappropriate, and they suggested that all the voting members were violating their fiduciary duty, and they read a very specific statement into the record, and that was the only, they didn't question anything specifically, and that was the only thing they asked. So I'll be anxious to see what actually got put on the record, but I did ask most of those questions.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks for representing us.
Yeah.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, and this can get answered at another point if we're short on time, but what is the distinction between membership and having a vote? Because, right, like, or I should say board seat and having a vote, because my understanding is the Miyakos and the greenhouse people in the ranch don't have a seat, but they have a vote.
Well,
and that's something I think we are potentially looking at, and so understanding the differences and what that means.
Well, I'll just chime in with what I know. Everyone that is a member has a vote only at a membership meeting, which typically is the annual meeting. In this case, it was a special meeting. So if you're a member, which those entities were approved to be members by the Tri-State Board of Directors. So once you're a member, you get a vote. That's in the articles and in the bylaws. Having a board seat is a second decision. Do you also get a board seat? Up until now, all members also have a board seat when it was all electric co-ops. But the articles and the bylaws don't require that you have to have a board seat. And that gets determined by the board who gets a board seat. Or frankly, that gets determined by the membership who gets a board seat. That's why we voted. And the issue before us was only if you're a partial contract member, do you still have a board seat? That came down to the 65%. And they did not push for a board seat for the non-utility members. So, and then the board meets monthly and all the board members vote on that set of issues that faces the board. So it is two worlds. They've generally been united as one, and now they've teased out this little sub piece that the non-utility members don't have a board seat, but there's no guarantee they wouldn't bring that up next year or next spring and give them a board seat. Because I think all the members that are generally, most of the small co-ops are just fine with all this change that Tri-State has brought about.
Okay, I see that Matt Larson has made an attempt to join us. Matt, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey, Britt, how are you?
We are okay. And I think we will jump right to that now. We've still got a couple of people who had some questions on the board reports. After our executive sessions, if those, we will have a time to have some more discussion of those if they're there. So please hold your questions for that. The section that we're going into now is an open session in which Matt is going to talk to us about now three things, if there's anything to talk about in all of them. One is the FERC proceedings. Other would be if there's anything remaining in Colorado PUC. And then the other would be just not what's going on, but what are sort of the time frames and general discussion of the United Powers lawsuit at Adams County. This is the public session. So if you ask Matt any questions to make comments, be aware that we don't want to get into strategy or things that might be related to any kind of litigation, what have you. After this, we'll be going into executive session where Matt can give us some more formal opinions about some of these things. So with that said, and before I start with you, Matt, I see Kirsten's got her hand up. So I want to see if she had something else before we start into this. Kirsten? Nope. Okay, Matt, this is a public session. If you would bring our public and us up to date.
Great, thanks, Britt. So, so kind of three areas to briefly touch on as we then head into the executive session. I'll start with the Colorado PUC. We'll go to FERC next, and then we'll go to the Adams County State Court litigation third. So at the Colorado PUC, actually this morning, the commission considered the reconsideration petition that was filed on the dismissal of the LPEA and United Power complaint cases as a result of that was filed on moved to dismiss on grounds for preemption given the FERC change in position like we've talked about before. That reconsideration petition was denied. The other piece of the discussion this morning was United Power had a separate battery related, storage related complaint case. That case, after what I understand was some fairly extensive discussion by the commission, was also dismissed this morning on a basic theory of preemption, also due to the FERC change in position from this fall. So in terms of, those cases are now fully adjudicated by the Colorado PUC, and that's where they stand. Moving to FERC, probably the biggest thing, there was a settlement conference in the contract termination payment partial buy down proceeding last week. The ALJ heard from numerous different parties. I cannot get into the details of what was discussed in a settlement conference in a public forum like this, and I won't do that. But in terms of next steps in that case, the settlement judge will be setting a deadline for the interveners to develop a counterproposal to the tri-state CTP methodology. This first counterproposal is going to be specific to just the CTP as opposed to the partial buy down. And that deadline is going to be January 29th. And then there'll be a settlement conference set for later in February to consider that proposal. There's a few other things that are going on within that case. I prefer not to talk about them here. We can certainly talk about them in the executive session. because a lot of that was discussed in the confines of a settlement conference and subject to evidentiary rules. So other updates. So United Power has 2 pieces of pending litigation in the Adams County State Court here in Colorado. The first one is their inducement litigation that was filed some time ago. The development since we last met in that case was the judge dismissed the non-utility members as defendants in that case. So the non-utility members are no longer subject to that litigation. So that case will continue. I don't know if United Power has plans to challenge that in any way, but that case will continue with just United Power and Tri-State. So that's what's going on in the initially filed case. United Power has brought a subsequent case related to the legality of the non-utility member additions that Tri-State undertook in order to trigger its FERC jurisdiction under Section 201F of the Federal Power Act. Tri-State has moved to dismiss that case really on 2 fundamental grounds. One being that it involves claim splitting, that long story short, they're trying to try the same claim in the first piece of litigation that they're trying to try in the second piece of litigation. And then the second piece being that certain steps that were necessary to bring that case under Colorado corporate law were not followed, and that's a basis for jurisdiction. And then also ultimately trying to really consolidate these cases essentially into one. And that's kind of where the claim splitting piece of it comes in. So that's the update on the things that have occurred. There's other cases going on at FERC as well, but probably won't use this time to get into those. But I think that's the big update coming across the 3 different venues that are relevant here. So happy to field any questions.
Okay, we've got Joe Lewandowski up with a question. Joe, go ahead.
Matt, is the split claim, does Tri-State have a pretty good case with that? It seemed that way from my reading of it, but
I don't necessarily think so. But it's difficult to read from this position. I think that there's a good argument that these claims are discrete from one another.
Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Matt, have we, your firm on our behalf or any other co-ops that you're aware of, made any, I guess, filing with the PUC around the Tri-State's ERP? Is there any activity there that you might want to report on? I mean, they've filed their ERP. Is this just not the right time, or is it later, or will we not do anything?
They'll set a notice. They'll set an intervention period for that case. That case is really just getting started. But Tri-State filed it, I think, on the 1st of December. So that is in its very early stages. I mean, that doesn't have interveners or a procedural schedule or anything like that yet. So that, that's certainly a discussion topic, but there's really no action on that case outside of its actual filing at this point in time, Tim.
All right, so procedurally, it's not ready. That's what I'm hearing for intervention.
Correct. Okay. Correct.
Thank you.
Rachel, go ahead.
Hey, Matt. Could you, in layperson speak, explain what happened at the PUC and how that kind of ties into what we were after? I know we got comment in the member comments this morning that people don't feel like they quite understand what's going on, and that this might just be one way to get them some information.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of what happened at the PUC this morning, so previously, rewinding the clock a little bit, FERC, on the federal side had initially decided that the state of Colorado retain jurisdiction to be able to have exit charge cases heard at the state level and adjudicated at the state level. And then FERC would retain jurisdiction over other specific areas. That determination was challenged by Tri-State, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission ultimately reversed that finding, making a decision that these exit charge requests and adjudication of exit charges was ultimately a rate that was subject to, that needed to be determined federally because of Tri-State's status now as a fully federally regulated entity. So as a result of that, the PUC decided to dismiss the cases that were in front of it, the dismissals without prejudice, which means you can bring the same case again. It's, dismissal with prejudice means you can't file the same case again. The record from this case is gone as a result of that determination because of the way that they came about it. And then this morning at the PUC, the question before them was really asking them to reconsider its determination that they would not make a decision on the legality of the non-utility member additions. This decision, they had already decided that they thought it was a question of corporate law as opposed to utility, and therefore it's better decided in a state court. To reconsider that, which happens in PUC cases. But what happens there is in a case that was already in front of the commission and they've made a decision, when you ask for a triple R, the commission just takes up its own prior decision. And so that's what they did this morning. They decided not to reverse themselves. There was not a lot of specific discussion about it, and they just made a decision not to do that. So I don't know if that's more helpful or less, but any follow-up questions based on that, Rachel?
No, that's super concise and clear narrative. Thank you.
So it's possible next month, Matt, when you report to us, there won't be anything at the PUC at all.
I think that's right, with the exception of other things that Tri-State is now doing, given that their ERP is now pending. That's a big case for that.
Mm-hmm.
These resource plans are very large cases.
Matt, on the contract termination payment methodology, CTP, or that Tri-State has proposed to the FERC, one of the things that I saw in there early on, and I haven't looked at it recently, was that any member who wished to exit Tri-State would have to wait 3 years from the time of starting that process until it occur, and would have to pay $250,000. Do you know if that's still in the methodology they're proposing to FERC?
And they have not modified the notice or the requirements.
Okay. So
but to sort of give a balanced view of that, I mean, this is early in that settlement process. There has not been a counter proposal yet from the interveners. So their initial proposal still stands, to answer your question.
A counter proposal means that the interveners have to suggest their own method.
Correct. Or, there's sort of two ways. I mean, one is, holistically a whole new method, or the other one would be modifications around the edges.
Okay.
Typically what happens is the interveners work with one another to try to build consensus among themselves, and then they put it back to the applicant for the applicant's consideration. So then Tri-State would consider that, and then Tri-State's essentially back on the clock to respond to that.
All right. Now, before I ask if there's any other questions or comments here in the public session, be aware that we're going to ask for a motion to go into executive session, which means we'll be leaving this one, and everybody needs to have access to the link to start the other one up. So if you've got to do some looking to find that, please do. Is there any other questions for Matt in this public session regarding this topic? I'm not seeing any. With that said, We have a three-part executive session today. The first will be continuing this exact topics, FERC, Colorado PUC, and the United Power lawsuit in executive session. The second will be discussions about fast track. And then the third will be a staff update that Nadine will lead us about. So we'll have to do a little bringing people in and out of the executive session. One, Kohler will have to disappear, and we will then invite him back in when we bring the fast track person back in to talk to us about whatever's up there. And then when the fast track person goes out, we will bring Nadine in to talk about the staff update at that time. So if that's clear, I'd like a motion to go in executive session to cover these three topics: lawsuit strategy, fast track, and a staff update. May I have such a motion?
I'll make a motion, Britt. So made.
Tim's
I'll
made a
second.
motion to go into executive session for these three items. Is there a second?
The second.
9 seconds.
Joe Lewandowski's got a second for that. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of going into this executive session, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please unmute and let me know. And any abstentions? All right, unanimously, we're going to go into executive session at this time. So please leave this session, find your link to jump into the next one, and we'll come back on this side in a while. Bye.
Oh, we were doing so good on time.
Everybody's looking a lot more groggy now.
It's just, it's getting dark outside. Beautiful sunset though. Can't hear you, Brett. Brett, lips are moving.
Okay, lips are moving. I'm not saying anything. We still have one attendee out there, the Jangle Herald reporter, Patrick Armijo. He probably just has it running in the background. I can't believe he'd sit all day and watch us. That's be torture. Okay, we're out of executive sessions. The next thing on the agenda is any board action resulting from things that we did in executive session. So at this, we did have one thing that needs to have a board action. And so at this point, I would be looking for a motion to make that action. May I have such a motion, please?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, John Mitchell, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve, given the outstanding leadership of CEO Jessica Matlock, and particularly in the areas of excellence in managing our operational expenses through an extraordinarily difficult year, the excellence in managing and in the staff of LPEA, and successful execution of building and consolidating and building buy-in around a strategic plan. I'd like to make a motion that we approve a Christmas bonus in the amounts discussed in that executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'd like to second that.
Bob Lynch has seconded that. Is there any further discussion of this motion? All right, all those who are in favor of this motion, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any are opposed to the motion who would like to go on record, please unmute and let me know.
Aye.
Sue is against, Kohler is against,
Aye.
Joe is against, and Dan is against, and John Lee is against. Okay, so the motion passes, and we've got 5 names for the minutes who are not in favor of that motion. Okay, I believe that concludes our business. We've still got perhaps time for comments, and we perhaps hadn't finished talking about director reports either, if there's more on that. So Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, my comment was on the director report. We didn't quite get to it. So,
Kirsten, a little,
this is about
a little hard to hear when you turn to your right, so.
Oh, sorry. I'm not on my phone. I'm on my computer this time. Call in. So let me try this. I have to look here to get my notes though. So Bob, this is about the special meeting. So the member, first of all, the member versus board thing. So Rachel, one way to think about it is that at LPEA, we have bunches of members and and then we have a very small board. The members get to vote at the annual meeting and in the special meetings, and the board is in charge of governance. So that's the difference.
Okay.
Members, and then there's the board.
Get it.
One of the things that, so my big co-op that I always look to for a partial requirement co-op and how they did it is Wright Hennepin. And one of the things they said is, yeah, we lost our board seat, but it wasn't a big deal. And I think it is not a big deal, especially because we will still be members. Jessica will still be going to all of those CEO meetings every month. And I would suggest that we also have a shadow representative. Having lived in DC for 20 years, where we had taxation without representation, at least we had a shadow senator, so that we would consider maybe having one or alternating a couple of folks go up to be at the tri-state meeting. Because
Kirsten,
if we do get to the
on a
point where
minute. Kirsten, we're kind of following you, at least I am, but the audio is not clear at all. It keeps cutting out. I don't know if you have a headset, but it sounds like what you're saying is looking to the future regarding members and board members at Tri-State. I think what you're saying is even if we don't have a board seat, we would still show up as a member to the meetings just to say what was going on, as well as Jessica's telling. Did I capture that?
Yes. So we would, not just to see, but also to influence, because you do have an opportunity to talk with board members and with staff. And I think that's where, we didn't get many votes through, but Tri-State is a different beast than they were 5 years ago. And part of that is because of LPEA's involvement with Tri-State. And just because we don't have a board seat, I don't want to see that involvement go away because I don't want to see tri-state tax.
Okay, well, that's really something a bit in the future, but it's worth mentioning now to get us thinking about it. We'll probably may have to discuss that next February, March timeframe. Before the next meeting, Kirsten, maybe look into one of these $4 headsets or something that's got a microphone in it. Man, I was having trouble hearing you. Okay, let's go on with Joe Lewandowski. Oh, it was a phone. Can you even plug a headset into a phone? Well, sorry about that. Your deal. Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
Yeah, regarding the alternative members that Tri-State is putting on, did they have to have any sort of buy-in? Did it cost them anything to join Tri-State?
Who is in? Can
I don't know that.
I suspect it might have been more the other way around. Tri-State needed to encourage the members. I don't know that they would financially have done that, but I suppose through the patronage capital, they were able to do that in some way. I know that they had to give them legal indemnity before they would do it.
Oh, could you find out if the greenhouse had to pay anything to buy a seat on the Tri-State board?
Yes, I will require on that, and I don't know the answer, but I will see if I can't find it for you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other things to be talked about in this meeting? Then one last thing, again, something for a future agenda is that inflation happens. The last time this board looked at its own stipend was in 2011, and that'll be 10 years past next year. And sometime next year, we'll probably put it on the agenda to look at that stipend again. Joe Lewandowski, oh, Kirsten, go ahead. I think Joe, you just didn't take your hand down. Kirsten, go ahead. There it goes.
Okay, so
now, I'm back on my phone. I hadn't taken the time because I thought this was going to be a brief meeting. Concerning the greenhouse, no, they didn't charge anything, and or they didn't have to pay anything. And two, I've said this before, they buy steam from J.M. Schaefer, and in the same way that we get patronage patronage from the electricity that we buy, they could get patronage from steam that they buy. So that's where the greenhouse connection is.
All right. Anything else for this meeting? It looks like at this time we're able to adjourn the meeting. I think we got all the business we need done. We certainly didn't make our time frame for adjournment, but at least it's not 6:30. Thank you all for your efforts in getting through the business we needed to do. I hope you all have a very good, happy holiday, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year, and all those related things. We will see you next year, and maybe next year we'll be able to see you in person at some time. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yay.
All right. Bye-bye all.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Bye, Merry Christmas, everyone. See ya.
Happy holidays.
Bye.